30 years of joyfulness. Hello and welcome to the News of 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM and hits 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we are on Love 99.5 FM and all 16 regions of Ghana. You'll also find us on myjoyonline.com, on YouTube, X Spaces, and on Facebook. Coming up, widespread condemnation after revelation that holders of viewers' dollar accounts will soon be unable to withdraw cash over the counter under a new directive from the Bank of Ghana.
I do not believe this time it will work.
Because people will resort to the black market if they will not be able to have access to their dollar.
As a community of banks, we do not have any directive that bars over-the-counter withdrawal.
We'll hear from the Association of Bankers, which says no such directive has been officially communicated to the banks. Also in this bulletin, 5-member committee probing petitions against suspended Chief Justice to begin hearing today. And some consumers lash out at Traders Association over claims that drops in prices of goods can happen in the next 60 days.
We are begging Guta to quickly come in before 2 months so that we will have our peace of mind.
In business,
some major shopping outlets commenced reduction in prices of some products due to the city's appreciation. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
And they were trained to save lives, but now they are the ones fighting to survive.
Life has been unbearable for us. We have to venture into other means to survive.
We the ladies, we are accepting all proposals which we don't like it because we will get money to go to work.
We'll tell you about the plight of the rotational nurses and midwives who've issued a 2-week ultimatum to government to release delayed allowances or they will lay down their tools. I am Hannah Odame with the details. There have been widespread condemnation after the disclosure that holders of US dollar accounts will soon be unable to withdraw cash over the counter under a new directive from the Bank of Ghana. BOG board member Isaac Adungo revealed the central bank plans to tighten restrictions on over-the-counter dollar withdrawals from financial institutions. Now, while existing regulations permit limited dollar withdrawals with justification, the central bank will soon enforce a near-blanket prohibition with minimal exceptions. Mr. Adungo expressed confidence the measure will positively impact exchange rates.
You can no longer speculate with a bank account in dollars because when you put the money in dollars into a bank account, we'll give you the dollars only when you need it for a dollar-denominated transaction outside of our country because dollars must be spent outside, not inside. But if you need the dollar to go and spend on, say, CD-denominated transaction, we'll give you the CDs.
But this is theory.
That is what's happening. Go and put your money in your bank account and go and get it, whether you get a dollar in Ghana here.
I go to the bank all the time to take my dollars.
And you take dollars?
Then nobody asks me.
It's illegal. You can't be giving dollars on the counter.
Well, banking consultant Dr. Daniel Sedo says the Bank of Ghana's new policy is unlikely to succeed. Here's why.
Now, if you want to solve this problem, what we should do is to make the CD attractive. We have a banking sector that has suffered from credibility issues because of domestic debt exchange issues and all that, and people have lost money. So if you start this kind of initiative, you disrupt the situation a lot more. The timing of this is just bad. I do not believe this time it will work. The earlier we stop it, the better it will be for all of us.
According to a financial analyst, Daniel Enim, enforcing this directive could drive more people to the already hard to regulate black market.
As much as I agree that in principle that's the way to go, you have to look at the practicality of your approach. You have a big issue. The big issue is the black market because people will resort to the black market if they will not be able to have access to their dollar. So for instance, it shouldn't be like, a stringent kind of measure where you have your money, your dollar, now you need it to transact business and then there's a hurdle to cross.
Meanwhile, the president of the Association of Banks, Johnny Wass, says no such directive has been officially communicated to the banks.
I can say on authority that as a community of banks, we do not have any directive that bars over-the-counter withdrawal of USD or any foreign currency. You cannot just show up in a bank and withdraw foreign currency. There must be a legitimate justification or reason in support of that withdrawal. Perhaps it's something that we are not within the purview, and we do not want to even begin a discussion of such matter.
You heard the CEO of the Association of Banks, John Ewa, there. Now, some consumers are criticizing Guta over its position that any meaningful drop in prices of goods will take off in the next 60 days. There have been calls for traders to reduce the cost of goods on the market to reflect the city's performance against the dollar. But in a meeting with the Trade Ministry and the business community, President of Guta, Joseph Obin, said adherence to the pleas of the consumers will be dependent on the performance of the city against the dollar over time.
The government should continue to do its good work by sustaining the appreciation of the local currency, the cedi. And we will do our job. We will respond positively. The market forces will determine the prices and it will respond positively.
Well, consumers are not happy about this decision. They want a reduction as soon as possible.
Very, very. As for me, I'm not happy. So they should do something about it. We can't wait for 2 months. Or some of us will keep our cities till the 2 months. And some people can come and ask they want to buy certain things. And we cannot come and buy it here. And then later on, you have your things in your shop. When they reduce it in 2 months, they will tell us to reduce the things, which is going to affect our businesses. So we are begging Guta to quickly come in before 2 months so that we will have our peace of mind.
Let's move on. And the 5-member committee probing petitions against the suspended Chief Justice Gertrude Torkornoo will begin hearing today. The committee was set up by President Mahama to inquire into 3 separate petitions filed against Gertrude Torkornoo. The presidency earlier released a statement to that effect, and my colleague Kojo Yankson joins me in the studio with more from that. What else does it say, Kojo?
Well, Hannah, the statement says that the 5-member committee chaired by Justice Gabriel Scott Puamang of the Supreme Court was set up by the President in accordance with Article 1466 of the 1992 Constitution and in consultation with the Council of State following a determination of a prima facie case against the Chief Justice. The committee will sit 3 times a week and present their recommendations to the President upon completion of their work.
Thank you very much, Kojo Yankson. Now, the Minister for Interior, Muntaka Mubarak, has announced the deployment of police escorts for personnel deployed for firefighting duties. He explained why when he commissioned an ultra-modern fire service station built by the Church of Pentecost at Gomwa, Yesukrum in the Central Region.
For those of us who find it interesting to always attack fire officers for what we term as delay and lack of proactiveness, some of the things that we are doing to enhance the safety of our staff from the National Fire Service is a collaboration with the Ghana Police to move in sync so that as our fire officers move to sites to try to put fire off or to rescue, the police who accompany them, so that those who find it interesting to attack them will be swiftly arrested and prosecuted.
Now, let's talk about the rotational nurses and midwives. Now, they were trained to save lives, but today they are the ones fighting to survive. And after nearly a year without pay, they say they've had enough. Stephen Mensah captures their plight in the following reports.
Ebenezer Boating, president of the Rotational Nurses and Midwives Association, is one of many young health professionals forced to take on menial jobs just to keep body and soul together.
I sell second-hand clothes and I make a living out of that. We have been borrowing, sports betting, among other things. About 2 years ago, a colleague rotation nurse had to hang himself. May his soul rest in peace, because he was owing a lot of people and he had no means to pay them.
At least 5 of their colleagues have died during this period, some from preventable conditions. Another 6 are battling chronic illnesses they cannot afford to treat. Mavis, another nurse, says the financial pressure is pushing her to the edge.
At times we have to borrow before we eat. Read the ladies, when a man proposes to you, even if you don't like that person, you have to still take it because we'll get money to go to work. It's because of the passion we have for the job. It's because we love Ghanaians. That is why we are doing that. Please, Mr. President.
With 14 working days on the clock, the association wants two things: immediate financial clearance and full payment of arrears. If not, further action will follow, and that could mean walking away from patients who need them most. Stephen Mentor's report for Joy News.
And with that, we end the news of 6 with me, Hannah Odame. You find all these stories plus more on myjoyonline.com. The business news comes up next on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now.
Go, the go. Google me. At what time when you come back, we are not hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car?
No, I not change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so.
This is the type of fuel where they want to. Cause now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir.
Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind, Seth, be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium, they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open them.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, then make a finish my go be fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my go be inside?
I give you info. Make a feel the go be too small.
The go.
Yo, Panna. Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
See, your rich auntie gets more from Absa. Your childhood friend gets more from Absa. Your favorite uncle gets more from Absa. Your roommate's cry gets more from Absa. Digital solutions get more from Absa. Rewards we bring get more from Absa. 5-star treatment get more from Absa. Preferential rate get more from Absa. Easy banking and no on the Absa. Instant loans and no on the Absa. Bank Papa Party and no on the Absa. NTK account and get more from Absa. Yes! Join thousands of Absa customers enjoying priority treatment, preferential rates, amazing rewards, and seamless digital solutions to help you write the next big chapter of your story. Sign up for an Absa account today and get more. Your story matters. Absa.
Your family's health should never be a worry, no matter where you are in the world. Are you a Ghanaian in the diaspora, a foreign resident in Ghana, or a Ghanaian looking for the perfect health insurance plan for yourself or your family in Ghana? Then the Apex Ebusiapa Health Cover is what you need. A comprehensive health insurance plan to protect your loved ones. From hospital stays to life-saving treatments, we ensure quality healthcare at an affordable cost. Apex Ebusiapa Health Cover. You don't just send love home, you secure it. Visit Apex Health Insurance at Zion House, Bombay Road, Shashi East Legon, or call 0540-128-256 or 0501-683912. Apex Ebusiapa Health Plan. Global love, local care.
Reliable, check. Comfort, check. Strong, check. Tough, check. Tried and tested, check. Affordable, check. Comes in so many colors and sizes, check. Suitable for domestic and industrial use, check. Choose quality, choose Syntex Tank. Available nationwide and comes with 7-year warranty. And remember, Syntex Tank is a caring brand too. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough.
Brush your teeth every day and night. Up and down and all around. Brush the feeling bright. Brush your teeth. Brush with mom and dad. Underneath and in between. Brush the germs away.
Pepsodent, cavity protection.
For 10 times stronger.
This advert is FDA approved.
What's your dream this year? To pull up in a brand new 4-wheel ride? Or you want to travel? Where? Sentosa Island in Singapore? Or Desert Safari in Dubai? Or you want a laptop, microwave, brand new phone, TV, chale, what you want, you can get with SG Ghana. Minya Ubecha 7Y. Join the SG Ghana Deposit and Drive promo and you could win the grand prize of a brand new Toyota RAV4. Simply deposit 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it into your SG Ghana account from now till 30th May 2025. Non-customers can open an account to participate. Visit your nearest branch or call 0302-214-314 for further inquiries. This promo is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Babu.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you?
I'm good. Happy Friday Eve.
I see where you're going with this. But no, let me ask you seriously and take a moment, check in with yourself and give me a real answer. How are you?
I'm fine, could you?
Yeah?
I'm fine. Yeah.
You're sure?
I am fine. I'm doing well. How about you?
I've been better.
Wow.
I've been better, but God is in control, right?
You know, people usually ask, how are you? You respond, oh, I'm good. But then when you ask it a second time, you have to pause, reflect. Yeah, and maybe
you get some truth, right?
Some truth, because it's not always the case. We always say I'm fine, but inside, up there in our minds, not so fine. Yeah.
And it's these pleasantries that unfortunately end up masking issues that could result in a strain on our mental health. Because we are also superficial in our interactions with each other. It's on the surface. Charlie, how be you day? High five and then you walk past each other, right?
Yeah.
And because we try to stay out of people's personal business, so we tend to miss some obvious cues. Plus, look, it just feels good to know that somebody is interested in my well-being. That in itself is a coping mechanism to help with stress.
That's true.
And stress is a killer. In the workplace, it has serious consequences on our health. Listen to two entrepreneurs who were on our show yesterday talking about this. Listen.
You need to have a lot of mental strength to do, because you're doing a lot of things at the same time. Tax people are coming after you. You are chasing your people who are owing you to pay you. You are dealing with even your team dynamics. There's somebody you have to fire. You haven't fired yet. There's somebody who is asking for salary increment. There's somebody you have to give a raise. So you wear multiple hats at the same time. So what happens if you are not mentally strong? A lot of these things will weigh you down. Most people don't even sleep well. I've seen people who have to take some drugs before they can sleep. I've seen people have to do some other things before they can even have sleep. And for you, by 4 o'clock, your body clock, by 4 a.m., you're up. And the moment you're up, you start thinking. So I had to actually set a timer on my phone, a sleep timer. By 9 o'clock, everything on my phone goes. Because at 9 o'clock, somebody might send me an email from a different time zone. I read that email, I'll not sleep, because you start thinking, your mind starts processing a lot of things. And in most unfortunate cases, if you are married, it's your spouse who becomes the sounding board, because you might end up taking that anger on your spouse. They've not done anything. You'll be there. In most cases, you are moody. You are not happy. You are moody. And in some cases, you don't even want to talk.
That's if you are lucky to even have a spouse.
So what will be the sounding board if you don't have a spouse?
You use your headboard as your sounding board.
Sorry, but this is not funny. These are real situations, very real situations. Like somebody was telling me, sometimes when we say entrepreneurship, we think it's all rosy. Go out there, start a business and all of that. But then you realize that there are real harsh realities you have to face, and there's so many things that our entrepreneurs go through. And so, wow.
Yeah. What you described is the romanticized version of entrepreneurship, right?
When the reality
glamorized it, and made it look like some sort of adventure. But it is a huge endeavor. It's not just entrepreneurship. Just having any kind of job that puts some requirement on you to perform.
Some strain on you.
Right?
I'd love to hear how to overcome that.
Yeah, well, we're exploring that today on the show. So don't miss it. All right, 6 a.m. news came to us thanks to Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you. Absa Bank Ghana Limited, your story matters, and Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner. Now for the Joy Business Report, and Charlie. This one, whose trumpet is it?
Well, I think
spouses who help to manage their partner's mental health situation. Right?
Well, I think that, and then I think that we have to sound the trumpet for businesses that have started reducing prices.
Oh, Charlie! Oh,
Charlie!
You see these businesses? When prices go up, they don't wait to finish their stock before they increase prices. So they increase immediately.
We should wait 60 days.
This one, they're 60 days before. You see their faces. Anyway, the Joy Business Report now is brought to you by Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank, Safari Valley Resort, bringing you closer to nature, and MNC Properties, a member of MNC Group. MNC Properties, choice of class. Yes, those businesses that have chosen to reduce their prices. God bless you, okay?
Yeah, God bless you.
And for you, trumpets!
Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, some major shopping outlets commence reduction in prices of some products due to the city's depreciation. Also coming up, Chamber of Petroleum Consumers Ghana advocates reduction in transport fares following consistent drop in fuel prices. Plus, government and the Bank of Ghana advise to keep cedi a stable position for long-term planning. We hear from economist Professor Godfrey Bokwin. Details coming up. And thanks for joining us, everyone. My name is Daryl Kwao. Hello to our friends listening from Kofredo and KT Radio. We want to begin with some good news. Some major shopping outlets dealing in household goods and furniture have started reducing their prices in line with the city's appreciation against the dollar. Here's George Jaffe with more.
Household goods and furniture shop giant Orcadeco had already announced a 15% reduction on items sold as a result of the city's appreciation against the dollar. That is starting from May 12, 2025. The firm in a fresh social media post has indicated that as long as the Ghana cedi's value strengthens against the US dollar, then consumers should expect more reductions in the coming days. Another upholstery and home shop with outlets on the Syntex Road and other parts in Accra, Ahala has also announced a 10% reduction on items sold as a result of the city's appreciation against the US dollar. The General Secretary of the Food and Beverage Association, Samuel Agri, last night told Joy Business that some of their members have also announced a 7% drop prices on items sold due to the city's appreciation against the US dollar. So whilst we wait for at least 2 months for members of the Association of Ghana Industries and the Ghana Union Trade Association to respond to the current developments based on the meeting with the Trade Minister, some individual supermarkets and outlets have taken the lead to adjust prices at their shops due to the current performance of the Ghana cedi.
All right, George F is starting us off with that good news about some major shopping outlets commencing reduction in prices in line with the city's appreciation. Now, Regional Director of CATS International, Pierre Kusiadumako, is advocating a structural reform of the economy to stabilize prices of goods in the market. He argues that such reforms will enable buyers and sellers agree at reasonable market price anytime there is an adjustment in the cost of production. He made the recommendation after calls for traders to reduce prices of goods due to the city's appreciation.
I mean, in the long term, we need a structural transformation of the economy. We need to be able to produce more. And also, in the long run, we should be able to also reduce our appetite for imported goods. Until we do this, we may not be able to stabilize the city. Of course, the gold, Ghana Gold, the Gold Board is hoping to bring about $1 billion every month. And that is based on the current high price of gold. If the gold prices goes down in the world market, the $1 billion that we are eyeing may not come. And so we need not to put all our eggs in the gold board or in our gold export, but rather other things that will give us a long-term sustainability of the cedi against the dollar.
Regional Director of CATS International, Pierre Kusi Adumako. Meantime, economist Professor Godfrey Bokwin is advocating a stable cedi to the dollar rather than a sharp appreciation or sharp depreciation that may distort growth. He is of the strong view that even though the cedi's appreciation is good, it causes disruption to planning for businesses. Professor Bokwin is worried the phenomenon may also affect projected inflow from export in the 2025 budget.
From that point, what we have seen in the last 3 weeks is not stability. This is a disruption. Of course, we can say that yes, that the cedi has recovered significantly past of its lost value. So if you see the disruption causes in the market and your uncertainty for businesses in the first place. So the FX inflows have improved and all of that. I think we should be able to come to a consensus to what point should we stabilize the exchange rates for long. That is what the economy is looking for. The large swings, whether in terms of depreciation or recovery of lost value, is not good for planning. It's not good for planning. So we have to be able to communicate a certain policy direction to the market of how we want to stabilize the currency.
You heard economist Professor Godfrey Bokwin. Now, the Ghana Association of Banks has denied claims that the Bank of Ghana has instructed its members to halt over-the-counter dollar withdrawals. Chairman of Parliament's Finance Committee, a member of the Bank of Ghana board, Isaac Adongo, in an interview on PM Express, claimed that depositors can no longer withdraw foreign currencies from their own accounts, explaining that that move is part of measures to help stabilize the cedi. But Chief Executive of the Ghana Association of Banks, John Ewa, insists that is not the situation on the ground.
We do not have any directive that says our banking customers who have placed dollars currency in their account cannot make dollar withdrawal over the counter if they have a legitimate reason to do so. And another point I want to make is we need to be very careful here. And with all due respect to the board member who spoke, Dr. Adongo. Yeah, that as banks, we do not take individual instructions or instructions from individual board directors of Bank of Ghana. Never. We take instructions from the bank. The bank here being the Bank of Ghana under the pen of the governor. So if it is something that is being deliberated, perhaps is something that's not within the purview, and we do not want to even begin a discussion of such matter. But all I would say is, as banks, we are doing business as usual.
Chief Executive of the Ghana Association of Banks, John Ewa. Now, some civil society groups in Ghana have called on the government to develop a clear roadmap of addressing illicit financial flows. The groups believe that illicit financial flows, which include tax evasion, money laundering, and other forms of financial crimes, are depriving the country of the much-needed revenue for development. Speaking to Joy Business at the National Civil Society Dialogue and Mobilization on Financing for Development Conference, Country Director of ActionAid Ghana, John Inko, emphasized the need for a progressive taxation agenda to tackle illicit financial flows.
Government need to embark on progressive taxation in a way that will ensure that the rich who can pay more, so that government can pay for the gender responsive public services we are talking about. There's also the need for government to map up concrete mechanisms to address illicit financial flows, which sees a lot of Ghana's resources being plundered out of the country. In that way, government will be ensuring that a lot more investment will go into, if you like, food crop agriculture. It employs a lot of Ghanaians. The tune of between 60 to 80% of Ghanaians are engaged in the food crop agriculture.
Country Director of ActionAid Ghana, John Inko. The Chamber of Petroleum Consumers Ghana says there is justification for a reduction in transport fares following the consistent reduction in prices of petroleum products since the beginning of the year. According to the Executive Secretary Duncan Amwa, the time is right for a drop in transport fares to cushion customers.
COPEC would agree that the time is ripe. We are in a proper time for transport operators to now look at reducing transport fares by a minimum 10-15% to be able to ease the pressure on commuters. I say this on the back of the fact that cumulatively we have recorded in excess of 18% reductions since the start of the year, when fuel, petrol, diesel, LPG were all trading above 15 a litre. If today you are doing almost almost 3 Ghana cedi off that, you've seen something significant happen. And so they don't have an excuse at this point to say they won't reduce transport fares. So we would start the negotiations or discussions with them or persuading them to reduce fares so that the market women can also have a justification to reduce the cost of their goods and services.
You had the Executive Secretary of COPEC, Duncan Amwa. Now, some pension fund managers are calling for government support to promote measures in the industry to undertake big-ticket projects for economic growth. According to them, this will aid in raising more funds to improve pension support. Speaking to Joy Business after addressing the 2025 Pension Investment Strategy Conference in Accra, Chief Executive for Access Pension, Efi Owari, said government must make the conscious effort to support fund managers to merge for bigger economic opportunity.
We need to ensure that we build scalable businesses by promoting consolidation, mergers and acquisitions in the industry. When a big company is raising capital, they have better governance and they have better ability to absorb shocks. And so all we are saying is that we have to be very intentional about creating businesses that are credible. And one of the points I also made is, if you look at Ghana today, the government of Ghana has 75% of our GDP in debt, or is holding 75% of our GDP on its balance sheet as liabilities. Ghanaian businesses together are only able to access 13% of our GDP in capital. So the question is, how do we move from here?
Efi Owari is Chief Executive of Access Pension. Now let's turn to the markets. So commodity market this morning, crude oil dropped to $64 a barrel. Gold is trading at $3,135 an ounce after losing about $41. Cocoa opened trading at $9,919 a ton after losing $32. On the currency market, the dollar going for 13 cedis 35 pesos. That's what forex bureaus are offering their clients. A British pound going for 16 cedis 75 pesos, and the euro going for 15 cedis 38 pesos. The commercial banks quoting the dollar at 12 cedis 40 pesos. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Daryl Kwao. Thanks for listening. The Super Morning Show continues. Here's Kojo Boateng. Hey.
Yes. Daryl, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm great.
Yeah, Kojo taught me this morning to ask how are you doing and ask it more intently, like
yes.
really wanting to know how the person is doing.
This morning I'm good. If you had asked me this question yesterday, Charlie's away.
Yeah, Sammy sort of hinted that you didn't sleep a lot the previous night.
But I'm good today. And
great.
When I opened my Spotify this morning, there was a song that started playing. It's from Samini's Stick and Locks album.
Okay.
The title of the song is Be Alright. And for some reason, I fell in love with the song. It lifted my spirit, and I want to share it with listeners.
Be alright.
Today. Yes. I've got this crazy song, and it's ringing in my head.
Okay.
Yeah, I got this crazy song, and it's ringing in my head. So we gonna be alright. We're all gonna be alright.
You're gonna be alright.
Whatever you're going through, let Emmanuel Samini's song take you out of that.
Well, you sing so well.
I do. You're the only person who has told me this. So let's enjoy the song. We'll be alright.
Good vibes. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake
the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM, and why don't we kick things off with the Drive Safe campaign?
And it's brought to you by the Joy News and Multimedia Group and supported by Toyota Superior Quality. Avoid all distractions, keep both eyes on the road and hands on the steering wheel. Be visible, drive with your lights on, and that's how you ensure your safe arrival. Coach, I'm going back to what we mentioned on Monday, because this morning I saw about 3-4 people doing the same thing. If you're turning into a busy road, turn into the lane closest to you. Turn into the lane closest to you, and that lane closest to you will be the lane on your immediate right. Yeah, because yes, your immediate right. If you are going left, you are going to get into the speed lane, and if others are coming and they are speeding, it would create problems. This morning I saw about 3 different cars, I think 4. They just then they won't look, they just come. So you have to just stop or find a way to avoid them, and that's one of the ways we see a lot of crashes on the road. So always watch out for oncoming vehicles and turn into the lane closest to you, and it's always going to be the one on your immediate right, and so let's do that and help to save people.
Very important tip. Thanks for that.
Okay, let's learn to say it right, and it's brought to you by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are our hallmarks, and as well as Societe General Bank Ghana, the future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either, I say either.
Let's start with a new word, proletariat. Proletariat, proletariat. It means working class, people who do unskilled labor and own no property. They tend to form the majority in most societies and are often referred to as the masses. A member of this class is known as a proletarian, a word which is sometimes used to describe a humble person. It comes from the Latin proletarius, which meant citizen of the lowest class. The origin word here is proles, which meant children. You see, in ancient Roman society, the poorest class of people had no obligations or responsibilities placed on them. They did not pay taxes and they did not join the military. Their only role was to produce children, proles. That's where the word prolific comes from, and the word means fruitful or bearing much fruit. So the proletariat were seen as good for nothing but reproduction. Humble but productive. Proletarian.
All right, news review now brought to you by Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough, Access Bank, more than banking, and Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Happy smile.
Now let's start with the Ghanaian Times, and a big one in front of the Ghanaian Times: access to medical care, no protocol. Ghana Health Service Director General declares. Story is on page 12, and as well, President pardons Sami Jainfi. You find that on page 13 of the Ghanaian Times, and as well, leverage SML Ghana platform to increase revenue. We shall bring you details of that. What do we have?
The BNFT COPEC flags mammoth losses in upstream sector, says we produce 100,000 barrels, reports 60,000, translating into $350 million to $450 million annual losses, and they are urging SML Ghana's real-time monitoring system to be used. Now, sub-Saharan African banks, the central banks, target lower remittance costs. That's going to be good for people sending in money into the continent, and BOG's DPI project to shape Africa's future payments blueprint. Now, on banking, Republic Bank honored for Ashanti region's economic development, and there's a story on credit scoring which is evolving amid AI and big data revolution. And the president of the Federation of Association of Ghanaian Exporters is calling for targeted policy to support export and agribusiness.
Well, that's it for the Ghanaian Times here. But online as well, we've got some headlines which we'll bring to you. But let's bring you details now. So this one had my attention, Kujo. Says that access to medical care, no protocol. By this, he means that the Director General means that if you have a health concern and you're going to the hospital, you don't have to now call somebody to book an appointment. People should be able to have equal and equitable access to healthcare. But have you gone to Kuala Lumpur before?
Yes.
And if you have gone to Kuala Lumpur, you will know that there's something like an emergency because you have to book an appointment, which can take you about 3 months. And for a patient who is so afraid that I'm quite unwell, I don't know if I'm going to survive it in 3 months, would definitely want to get some protocol. But well, let me bring you that story. It's on page 12. So access to medical care. The Director General of the Ghana Health Service, Professor Samuel Kaba Akorie, has called for an end to the widespread practice of patients needing connections or protocols to assess medical care across public hospitals in the country. He described the situation as unacceptable, stressing that every Ghanaian deserves equal access to healthcare regardless of their social status or affiliation. Kojo?
Yeah, I mean, what Prof. Kaba wants to achieve there is noble, right? It ought to be that you can access healthcare without having to, call some nurse that you know or some doctor that you know. You should be able to walk in as a citizen, go through a system that is smooth and will not take 3 months, to get you the necessary healthcare. Yeah. But you see, it's just like what happens at the passport office. Whenever there is a scarce resource, people will monetize access to that resource, right? And that is what creates these unnecessary delays, because people have filled in the gaps with their own, as he calls it, protocol, right? And that means that you, the person whose healthcare needs are immediate, have to sit around and wait.
Absolutely.
Until fever shines upon you.
And genuinely as well, the hospitals are quite overwhelmed. If you visit Kuala Lumpur, you know that it serves not just the country, but some part of West African countries, even the neighboring countries as well. It serves all of us, and so it looks like both the doctors and even the facility is quite overwhelmed, and people are not able to access equal. Well, I like to think that for healthcare, you may not even be able to access equal. You may access equitable health care, if I may say. Well, as well, the president pardons Sami Jemfi. And you may have seen already, or this morning you may have heard, that his public apology is what the president has accepted. But he must go and
say no. Reprimand from the chief of staff.
Absolutely. Yeah. Those are the big ones in the Ghanaian Times. But again, let me bring you this one.
There's also been a withdrawal of the petition that was sent to Shraj about this.
Yes. So when I spoke to the petitioner 2 days ago on Joy News Today, he mentioned that he's received a series of threats on his life, and so he was going to relocate from where he was to go and live close to a police station, so that if it becomes a problem, he can seek refuge with the police.
What was the reason for the withdrawal? Did he give one?
He in his letter to Shraj, he didn't particularly state, but in his interview with our colleague at Asempa, he mentioned that, well, it looked as though he had something personal against Sami Jemfi, and for him, he only saw a video that triggered his decision to want to petition Shraj. But in order for people not to think that he's on a certain or personal vendetta towards Sami Jemfi, he needed to withdraw the petition.
But the original petition included a letter that alleged some large sums of money in Sami Jemfi's accounts and all of that. So is he now telling us that he made all of that up?
So what he actually means is that he's not saying that that's not true, or Shraj shouldn't investigate if they themselves want to investigate. He says that he doesn't feel that he was doing a noble thing because people thinks he has a personal problem with Sami Jemfi, and for people in the media not to think that he has a personal problem with Sami Jemfi, he's just withdrawing the petition. That's it.
Let's go to the BNFT now. There's a big story on upstream sector when it comes to oil. COPEC flags mammoth losses in upstream sector. And the story by Ebenezer Ejane Joku says Executive Secretary of the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, COPEC, has raised fresh concerns over revenue leakages in the upstream petroleum sector urging the government and regulatory authorities to adopt real-time monitoring technologies to curtail losses and strengthen the fiscal oversight. According to him, we cannot continue to produce 100,000 barrels of oil and only report 60,000 barrels, and 40,000 barrels go. Where the 40,000 barrels go remains a question, because we lack the mechanism to verify entries at each stage of production and exports. So that's what Duncan Amoah is saying, and he's referring to SML Ghana's success in helping GRA recover an estimated 20 billion in downstream revenues, and recommending that we choose SML to do this.
Duncan Amoah is recommending SML.
Yes. Now, a few questions here. So, at the upstream sector, how do the producers record the volumes that they're extracting from the sea or from the reserves, right? And how do we also verify that? Do we not have any means of doing this? Do we need to do something immediately? We've been drilling oil for over 10 years. So are we saying that as a country we've not put in place any checks and balances to determine the volume of oil we are getting? And are we saying that the players in the upstream sector are actually stealing from Ghana? And so if that's the case, it's something we really need to investigate. So Duncan says it's unacceptable, and we should look at technologies, including SML's platforms, to deal with this particular issue. Now, on the same petroleum related industry, in the industry, the government has dropped oil cash funding for PIAC. This is a story in the BNFT by Kizito Kujo. It says the PIAC, which is the Public Interest and Accountability Committee, a key watchdog over the country's oil revenues, has been stripped of its petroleum funding following a legal amendment to the current by the current government. The change, assented to by President John Dramani Mahama on April 2, revises the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, specifically sections 21 and 57, removing a crucial source of financial support that once ensured PIAC's independence and effectiveness. Now, we are told that the amended act, which is a portion of the petroleum, which stated that a portion of the petroleum receipts approved by Parliament should support the national government. It is also directing that PIAC submits for inclusion in the national budget each year how much money they would need to be able to run. And basically, there are people who believe that this change will affect the independence of PIAC, and we must relook at it. So that's two stories from the petroleum sector.
There's another one that I saw in the Ghanaian Times, which would be the last one, would be that DVLA is asking that if you have not registered your excavator or farm mechanic propelled equipment, you should now. It says that owners of excavators and farming equipment have been given a 2-week ultimatum to register the excavators and mechanic propelled farming equipment without delay, effective yesterday. A directive, according to the Chief Executive Officer of the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, which you know as DVLA, Mr. Julius Nikwekote, follows the discovery of about 50 unregistered excavators found within forest areas across the country that had not been registered with the authority. And so this is just a caution. I'm certain you know what would happen if you don't register it and then it is found.
Yes, now the BOG says their DPI projects will shape Africa's future payments. Now the story says the Bank of Ghana, in collaboration with the National Bank of Rwanda and Singapore's Global Financial Technology Network, has launched the Next Gen Digital Payment Infrastructure Project, a central bank-led initiative designed to overhaul Africa's cross-border payments and establish a model for future financial integration across the continent. The project was highlighted at the 3i Africa Summit 2025 Policy Forum in Accra, where policymakers, central bankers and private sector leaders convened to advance the continent's digital finance agenda. If this is done, it will be very good, because you are talking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and it's difficult to send money across the continent and receive. We know of PAPS, which is being led by the AFTA Secretariat. There are a few banks. My bank offers you the opportunity to use PAPS to pay across borders and all that. But I think we need to deepen the digital financial space in Africa, so that I can easily send money to my friend Tony, who is somewhere in, say, South Africa in the morning via my Momo or some easy system, so we can trade. The more money we can move, the more it enables trade.
Right.
We've not been able to work on transport. So if people move easily and cheaper, it enables trade, and so movement enables trade. But if you are not moving physically, we should be able to move the money so that we can. And I think this is a great thing. If the BOG, Rwandan Central Bank, and all the central banks across the continent can get this done, we'll do business and make better money. I'll take you to some more stories. If you go to page 7 of the BNFT, Fitch President calls for targeted policy to support export and agribusiness. You know, Joy News is partnering Fitch for the Ghana Horticulture Expo, and the President of the Federation of Association of Ghanaian Exporters, Davis Kobo, has called for a clear and robust policy framework to support Ghana's export sector and agribusiness industry. He warned that without it, exporters will continue to struggle amid ongoing economic pressures. And with the CD appreciating, there are some exporters saying that this is not good for them. But overall, analysts say CD's appreciation is good for our economy, it's good for all of us. And so there are a lot of things to be done in this regard to keep us going. Kojo, shall we go online? Yes, we have a lot of stories online.
The online review this morning is brought to us by Zenith Bank, in your best interest, as well as Goyle Good Energy. Goyle Yanara Yendia.
Yes, and my Joy Online committee probing CJ removal petitions begin hearings today. No more over-the-counter dollar withdrawals. This is Adongo. He spoke to Evans Mensah. He's a shining star who has made an error. Adongo defends Sami Jemfi over dollar video. GRA dismisses claims of SML Mandate Expansion. You know, I read the story of COPEC suggesting that we should give SML more jobs. GRA is also dismissing some claims of SML Mandate Expansion because some people spoke about that. And it's also on my Joy Online. We haven't received any directive to halt over-the-counter dollar withdrawals, Bankers Association. So Adongo says no more over-the-counter dollar withdrawals, and the Bankers Association says they've not received any directives yet with regards to that. Let me give you the CJ story, and then we can look at the Adongo story. The committee probing the CJ removal petitions, they begin their hearings today. A 5-member committee established by President John Mahama is set to commence hearings today, Thursday, 15th May, to probe 3 petitions filed against the Chief Justice. The committee, chaired by the Supreme Court Justice Gabriel Scott Pwaman, was constituted in accordance with Article 146, Clause 6 of the 1992 Constitution. And a statement signed by Felix Kwachofosu, spokesperson to the President, says they are beginning work today, something that we'll all be following. Very interesting story.
It will be in camera, though. I wonder how you're going to be following it. We have to depend on government spokesperson to be giving us updates. You know,
WikiLeaks.
Is this not Ghana?
You know that the former Speaker of Parliament, Professor Michael Quay, says that despite the Constitution saying that it should be in camera, he thinks that this particular one has huge public interest, and so it shouldn't be in camera. We should all be involved.
My understanding of the justification of in-camera hearings in these instances is to protect witnesses, apparently, right? So really, at what point do we balance the need for the protection of witnesses against the interest of the public in the case? Yeah, there should be some way of having that debate, but well, I certainly, so I want to know what's happening, in these hearings, and I'm sure I'm not alone. But well,
it's exciting, at least, because then this time around, the conversation of human natural justice, the opportunity to want to also defend herself is finally here broadly, where she can get to represent herself or get an attorney.
She's been representing herself from the beginning of this matter.
Well, at the time that she started putting out statements, will not be subjected to investigation. This is the time that the committee will start investigating. So we'll see whether she represents herself or she gets an attorney to represent her. It'll be nice. This is law against law.
Let's talk about money now.
Isn't it always law against law?
Is it? Is it always law against?
When is it not?
You get to test the law on the person who interprets it. It's really nice.
It's never, law against biochemistry.
Well, imagine if it's a citizen who goes, they are subjected to the interpretation of the judge or the court. But this time, somebody who sits, the law is in her bosom, and I like to think that she understands it better than the letter, the black and white. And so for me, I'm interested in how this particular interpretation of 146 will end.
Okay, let me take you to the BOG story now. The Bank of Ghana, a board member of the Bank of Ghana, Isaac Adongo, who is also an MP, has announced plans to intensify restrictions on over-the-counter US dollar withdrawals from financial institutions as part of efforts to curb the cedi depreciation. While existing regulations permit limited dollar withdrawals with justification, the central bank will soon enforce a near blanket prohibition with minimal exceptions. So I think that that story to do with the Bankers Association saying they have not received any directives. I think based on this, they should expect some directives from the BOG. Now that story is also here on my Joe Online, but let me take you to City Newsroom and bring you another story. This story says that the Guta president is calling for urgent VAT reform to reduce business costs. Yesterday we were talking about the cedi has gained value. That didn't reduce business costs. Yes, but VAT reform will reduce it. Let me bring you that story. Go ahead. The president of the Ghana Union of Traders Association, Guta, Dr. Joseph Obing, has called for an urgent review of Ghana's value-added tax structure, describing its cascading effect as a major driver of high business costs. He says that we have to revise the VAT, we have to restructure. The cascading of effect of VAT is a major factor in costing, and it's not affecting businesses positively. So he's calling for the reforms. There are a lot of businesses that tell us that the tax structure is really affecting them. If you look at even about a year or two ago, the Hospitality Association, the hoteliers, they gave us a list of taxes they pay as part of their business. It was about 17 or so taxes, different taxes, and they pass all that on to us. So a call for restructuring our VAT, taxes and all those things. Maybe we should look at it and see how progressively we can tax the citizenry to drive national development through revenues for the government.
Every time we talk about tax, I make the same point. Too few of us are paying tax on our earnings. Just far too few of us. Less than 20% of commercial citizens pay any kind of direct tax on their earnings. It is not right. And it is the solution to so many of our problems. If we can just increase that percentage, right? If you can just increase, if everybody was paying just a little something.
You mean the direct taxes?
Direct taxes,
not
yes,
the
on their
ones.
earnings. They ask for the indirect taxes. It's low hanging fruit. It's easy. That's all we've been focused on. But direct taxes on our revenue, just a little something. Like pay something. You are earning. Pay something. But we are so tax avoidant in our nature. Look at the betting tax debate. We just can't take the idea that if money comes in, government must have some. We just can't wrap our heads around it.
I think it's just really what people think taxes are used for. Because if you're outside of the country and you bought something and then the tax is even so high, people don't really they complain, but they comply.
Yes.
But in Ghana, it's just
another factor as well. To be fair, another factor is that it's not so easy.
Sure.
People don't actually know how to go about paying their taxes on their incomes, especially those in the informal sector. So it's not an easy thing to do, which must be perhaps the biggest barrier, really.
There's a final story. Gold Board and National Security bust foreigners attempting to smuggle gold. Yesterday, asked why we are not getting gold, but they caught some people who took some money and some gold.
Okay, time for the BBC News, brought to you by Fidelity Bank, believe it us.
Business Daily is in 30 minutes.
Today, how airline baggage became big business. As rules become tighter, passengers are paying more for extras like luggage. We meet the bag designers and content creators cashing in and ask, what do travellers think about it all?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Welcome to the inquiry on the BBC World Service. I'm Sandra Canthal. Measles is a childhood disease which can be deadly. We've been successfully vaccinating against it for decades. But recently, the recorded number of cases has been rising.
We've seen a number of countries experiencing large outbreaks. Ethiopia, Guinea, Kenya, Senegal, Cameroon, India, Indonesia also.
But what's behind these outbreaks?
3 C's: complacency, convenience, and confidence.
In an unvaccinated population, it spreads like wildfire.
I do really hope that soon we will be able to start reversing this trend, but I am a bit afraid of what will happen in 2025.
So why are measles cases rising around the world? We'll find out on The Inquiry, coming up after the news.
Hello, I'm Govinda Gill with the BBC News. Hospital sources in Gaza say more than 40 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli airstrikes across the territory. Most died when homes and tents sheltering displaced families around Khan Yunis were hit. Yolande Nell is in Jerusalem.
We're told something like 9 Israeli strikes being reported in the Khan Yunis area, and Nasser Hospital, the main hospital there, has been just overwhelmed. The corridors now crowded with casualties, this with a real severe shortage, of course, of medical supplies and medicines. And at the same time, the morgue there is full, local journalists are saying. We've not heard from the Israeli military specifically what it was targeting, but in general, it's been saying that in recent days, with the intense bombardment we've seen of Gaza this week, it's going after Hamas, including Hamas figures, and what it calls terrorist infrastructure.
New Israeli displacement orders have also caused panic in western Gaza City. Russia has not included President Putin on its list of delegates for the first direct peace negotiations with Ukraine in more than 3 years. Instead, the Russian team in Istanbul will be led by a Kremlin aide. President Zelensky had challenged Mr. Putin to meet him face-to-face after the Russian leader proposed direct negotiations without preconditions. Mr. Zelensky is travelling to Turkey to meet President Erdogan in Ankara, but he said he'll only join the talks in Istanbul if Mr. Putin is there. The NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte is attending a separate meeting of foreign ministers in the Turkish city of Antalya. He said it's up to Russia to take the next step.
Ukraine is ready to commit to a ceasefire and immediate negotiations. That's absolutely clear. The ball is now clearly in Russia's court. They have to explain what they are doing, why they are here or not, and with what team or whatever. But let's make sure that we all understand that the ball is in their court. Ukraine is wanting to start the negotiations as soon as possible.
Argentina is tightening its immigration rules. A presidential spokesman, Manuel Odame, said incomers will have to pay for healthcare if they don't have insurance, while universities will be allowed to charge foreign students. He also said the process of deporting migrants who've committed crimes will be sped up.
From now on, any convicted person who attempts to get in through the border will be rejected by the migration authorities. Those caught entering through unauthorized crossings will be immediately expelled. Those who lie in any information provided on their entry will also be expelled. Argentina will not be a fertile land for the arrival of criminals. In addition, those sentenced for having committed any crime will be deported.
World News from the BBC. Lawmakers in the US state of Missouri have voted to hold a fresh referendum to limit abortion only up to the first 12 weeks of pregnancy or in medical emergencies. Missouri currently allows abortion until the fetus can potentially survive outside the womb. An interim British report on the sinking of the super yacht Bayesian in Italian waters last August has found it was capsized by sudden extreme winds. The British tech billionaire Mike Lynch and 6 others were killed. The report concludes the yacht, which had one of the tallest masts in the world, was particularly vulnerable to heeling over. Researchers say China has reached a milestone in its energy transition. They say the growth of wind, solar and nuclear power produced a 1.6% cut in CO2 emissions in the first 3 months of the year, even though total energy demand grew by 2.5%. A A document discovered in the Law Library of Harvard University in the United States is now believed to be a version of the Magna Carta, a key text in the evolution of civil liberties. It had been thought to be a copy until a pair of British academics investigated. Here's Joe Black.
The Magna Carta, issued in 1215, was the first document put into writing the principle that the king and his government were not above the law. This version was bought by Harvard in 1946. Professor David Carpenter from King's College London teamed up with Professor Nicholas Vincent from the University of East Anglia to investigate its authenticity and provenance. Both academics are certain it's a lost version of the last Magna Carta from 1300, issued to Appleby in Cumbria.
That was the latest world news from the BBC.
Makati, when you wake up in the morning and you know the money calling, oh you go work, but you know it's out on your side. If I believe with us, if I hold my hand and believe, cause you know it's out on your side. And when you dream, no say I never you. And when you hustle every day, anywhere I go, anything you do, I never you. Anywhere, if I believe I on your side, fidelity. If I believe with us, fidelity. If I know I'm on your side, fidelity.
Brushing gets more fun with your kids with the new Pepsodent Kids toothpaste. Give your smiles protection that lasts. Grab yours today from a store near you. This advert is FDA approved.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the game of choices. Listen with rapt attention. Round 1, question 1. Elevator or stairs?
Stairs.
Now the second question. Less than 4 hours or at least 6 hours of sleep at night?
At least 6 hours of sleep.
The last question. Yummy yogurt or...
Yummy yogurt, of course.
Oh, I'm not done.
No need, that's my choice. Yummy yogurt.
Life is full of choices. Always remember that the choices we make today shape our tomorrow. Whether it's a morning start, a midday snack, or a dessert, our delicious Yummy yogurt is here to nourish you. Yummy, a nourishing choice. This advert is FDA approved.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Mom, please can I have some milk in my Milo?
Have you tasted it?
No, but I didn't see you add milk.
Hey, taste it before you ask me any questions.
Hey, milk na chum say.
This is Milo all in one. Milo pampa, cocoa, malt, milk and show, everything is inside.
Milo All-in-One already comes with more milk. Just mix with water and taste the nourishing goodness of quality cocoa, malt, and more milk all in one sachet. Milo, the energy to go further.
This advert is FDA approved.
TCL's champion deals are here and they are big and bold. Buy 50-inch, 55-inch or 65-inch TCL QLED Pro 4K Smart Android TV starting from 7,999 Ghana cedis and get free 32-inch TCL TV. Buy TCL 75-inch, 85-inch or 98-inch TV and get free 43-inch TCL TV. The bigger the purchase, the better the deal. Buy TCL 115-inch QD Mini LED 4K TV and get a free 85-inch TCL TV. Discount so huge you feel like a winner. Looking for TCL refrigerators, washing machines, water dispensers, audio soundbar and more at cool deals? Rush to TCL showrooms and authorized TCL dealers in Ghana before stock runs out. Terms and conditions apply. TCL, inspire greatness.
If you have 250 Ghana cedis right now, it can do wonders for you. Chairman, Fabeji, it could turn your tears into joy in the Access Bank Fakitwabeji Kesiye promo. Madam, Fabeji, it could get you up to 50,000 Ghana cedis cash prize. Business owner, Fabeji, as a student, make transactions with your Access Bank card and that could get you Spotify and Netflix subscriptions, PS5, iPhone 16 Pro Max and more. This be out of class senso. Fabeji, you see what 250 Ghana cedis can do for you? And Gasakra. Fabeji, it's the Access Bank Fakitwabeji Kesiye promo. Deposit a minimum of 250 Ghana cedis and its multiples in your new or existing account and be on your way to winning a share of the 580,000 Ghana cedis in cash prizes and other amazing rewards. The more you deposit, the more your chances of winning. Promo runs from now to September 2025. This promo is in partnership with NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Access Bank, more than banking.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
Dedicated to all sexy ladies.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy.
conversation, and it's about mental health. Today I've been asking everybody, how are you? And I mean it when I ask, because I want to know exactly how you are. It can be quite a strain on your mental health, especially if you're an entrepreneur, right, Kujo?
Yeah, it can be a strain, and how are you must mean something. And I like the way everybody is being deliberate this morning about finding out how people are. And you talk to a lot of people, and how are you? Oh, I'm fine. Because you have the default answer, I'm fine. But are people really fine? Especially entrepreneurs, especially businesses. I have been an employee. I am still an employee and employer. And sometimes when people ask me how I am, I don't know how to respond. Because sometimes my employee side is fine, because at the end of the month, somebody is paying me. And I don't know how it's going to make it. I don't know how it's going to get the money to pay me. But my employer side, how are you? It brings up so many emotions, so many questions. I'm like, am I really me? Am I present? Am I there? Am I dying? Am I crazy? And it happens a lot. Look, there are people, like from yesterday's conversation with Francis and Farid, there are people who have set out to do business. And when we talk about entrepreneurship, we are not talking about that person who has set up that big bank, or there are lots of people doing all sorts of things. There is this Sobolo person who has set up a small Sobolo business. She has 2 or 3 people working with them, juggling family, juggling other responsibilities, making it work. And you see, running a business, starting a business, it's like giving birth to a child and growing that child to a certain point where the child can be a bit more independent and run on its own. The process you go through, sometimes it takes you some 5, 6, 7, 8 years to break even. So for years, you just need to find the strength, the mental fortitude, the money, the drive. You sleep at 1 a.m., wake up at 4 a.m. Sometimes you just don't sleep. You are in bed. You have the bed, you are lying on the bed, but you are not asleep. And a lot of people go through a lot of these things. So we want to know from, and as we say, every Ghanaian is a manager. Most Ghanaians, whether you're an employee or whatever, you are still employing somebody, or you are running some business on the side and managing something. How are we doing? How are business people coping? You listening to me right now. You are driving to your bank, but you have this food business that you are running. You have this hair business. You have this salon you are running. How are you coping?
You say salon and I'm anxious because I'm certain that somebody driving to work now definitely owns a woman, or maybe if a man owns a salon somewhere. Yeah. I can assure you that if you sample about 10 people that own salons in this country, 8 out of that 10, they're falling apart mentally, emotionally, because these hairstylists are out there to just want to kill you.
It's a very, very difficult world for entrepreneurs, for business people, and we want to know how you are coping and how it's going for you. Yesterday, when we were having the conversation, one of our guests who is joining us today, she was listening yesterday. Charity Dupont, she runs Mianan Foods, one of the biggest food processing businesses, and she sent in this message to us. She said, listening to Francis Obrikran on Joy FM makes me think I'm not crazy after all, because she's been assessing her business, her life, and she thinks she's going crazy.
Yeah.
But after listening to other people's stories, she realized that, Charlie, others are going through, so it's normal. But should it be normal?
Did you know that I own a salon on the East Legon Hills Road?
Oh, you do?
Just right after the Malcolm.
You do own a salon?
Yes. And just some few days ago, I was going so crazy. I said, because I just needed a minute to breathe. I wanted to be sure if I was not going crazy. Is it that I don't know what to do, or just these service providers just have a way? I don't know. I just needed to catch my breath, and I needed about a week to just sit down, think, and re-strategize. And so I feel everybody out there, if you're starting a business, and it's even worse if you start a business through anxiety, it's difficult.
And are these some of the reasons our businesses don't grow? Are these some of the reasons our businesses die early? all these issues, and how do we manage them and support entrepreneurs and business owners and businesses to grow? It's your conversation. So send us a message 055-11-11997. Let's hear
also
from
post on X and use the hashtag JoySMS when you do that. Let's hear your entrepreneurship stress stories as we talk about the mental health aspects of being an entrepreneur.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the super morning show. Yeah.
17 M&C Properties Choice of Class.
Attention please, this is an account information update call from Omni Basic Bank to all our beautiful customers. Kindly proceed to any of our branches or visit our website www.omnibasic.com.gh to update your account records with your Ghana card. For more information, kindly call 030-708-6000 or 08000-100-790. Have a beautiful day. Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank.
I want to tell you about Total Excellium, but before that, let me tell you about two big conversations happening today. Earlier, we discussed the CD stability, the appreciation. Yesterday, Kojo he asked us some very good questions about the prices and how to deal with them. Right now, this evening, there's a conversation on the CD stability and sustainability on PM Express with George Yafe. You can catch that at 9:30 p.m. on Joy News. He's going to talk about all the issues with Dr. Zachary Momuni, first Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana. It's something you don't want to miss. And there's also climate talks happening this morning at 10 a.m. The Freeman Methodist Church, Jamestown. The topic is nationally determined contributions, and we are looking at clean cooking today. You don't want to miss that also on Joy News. Now, let me tell you about Excellium. It's that fuel with a 3-in-1 power that cleans your engine, extends its life, and lowers your fuel consumption. So anytime you need to fill your tank, I'll go to any Total Energies fuel station, get the Total Excellium, and you will drive. Experience the difference with Total Energies Excellium new formula. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
Yesterday, I got a text message from Charles Benonioka. He said his nephew has gone to draw a tortoise on their tank.
You should send us a photo.
But we don't condone counterfeit. Go and upgrade your water tank and get yourself a Syntex Tank. All right, Syntex Tank is the champion of water tanks. It's strong, it's durable, and it's built to handle our Ghanaian weather. So rain or shine, Syntex Tank has your back. Right? Go outside, check your tank. If it doesn't have a tortoise on it, don't consign your nephew to go and draw one. Just go and upgrade. Okay, join the Syntex Tank family today and enjoy water storage that is tough like the tortoise. Call 0244-335-168 to buy now, or find one of their 400 agents across the country. Alternatively, you can shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough.
Now, renewing your motor insurance policy with SG Ghana is not just about getting reliable cover for you and your vehicle. There are amazing extra benefits that will blow your mind. Now, from now till 30th of May 2025, buy or renew your comprehensive motor insurance policy with SG Ghana Sound Drive and win big in the SG Insure and Win promo. You stand a chance of winning a 2-night all expense paid stay for 2 at the luxurious Safari Valley Resort. You could also win 4 brand new tires or free car servicing for a whole year. Yesterday I heard you ask how much is the price of a brand new car tire. Okay, 4 all sets. More do you want to buy all 4? Can you? I think you should insure and get the chance to
win.
Have hope. We have hope. At least I'm giving you some hope. Insure with SG so that you can stand the chance of winning some 4 brand new tires free and also car servicing for a whole year. There are more. Get up to 1,000 Ghana cedis free fuel instantly just for renewing or buying your comprehensive motor insurance policy from SG Ghana. You can call 0302 214 314 for more information information or walk into the nearest SG Ghana branch to buy or renew your motor insurance policy today. This promo is regulated by the National Lotteries Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. SG Ghana Sound Drive is underwritten by Sanlam Alliance General. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana, the future is you.
And there's something Pepsodent has been doing for the past 25 years. They've been educating Ghanaians on dental health, and they're even making it better. They are giving you access to talk to dentists for free. Yes, so call 0800 161 0000. It's 0800 161 000. This is a very important number. Keep it and call a dentist for advice on your dental health. And if you want to brush your teeth morning, evening, use Pepsodent Cavity Fighter. Get the 175 gram Big Family Pack, 120 gram Ejaka Pack, 65 gram and 12 gram sachets, so you can always get what you can afford at any time. You can get Pepsodent at any shop near you. And if you want to call their customer care line, call on 0800 200030. Use Pepsodent Cavity Fighter, and with Pepsodent, every smile matters.
Yeah. All right, now listen, at some point today, just make some time, go check out kingdomstoreonline.com for the best quality office essentials, equipment, furniture, and stationery from Kingdom Books. It's all at really good prices that you can pay via Momo across all networks, and then just wait at home or in your office for your delivery. It's free delivery if you're in Accra or Tema. Terms and conditions apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
Hello there. Grab the chance to win big in the Access Bank Fakitwa Beji Kesia promo. Simply deposit a minimum of 250 Ghana cedis into your new or existing Access Bank current or savings account to join the promo. Increase it to 500 Ghana cedis or more and qualify for a draw. For our youth customers, solo accounts, spend 500 Ghana cedis or more with any Access Visa card and qualify for a reward. The more you deposit, the higher your chances of winning. Don't sit back, deposit now and stand a chance to win a share of over 500,000 Ghana cedis in cash and other amazing rewards like PS5, iPhone 16, Chromebook and much more in our 4 monthly mini draws and 2 mega draws. This promo runs from now till September 2025 in partnership with NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Join the Fakitwa Beji Kesia train. Save now for the future and win big. For more information, do visit www.ghana.accessbankplc.com or call toll-free number 0800 004400. Access Bank, more than banking.
Chale kojo miye mashimi. Miye mashimi. Someone just sent a message. He's an entrepreneur. And he says, Chale kojo and kojo enemefa. My trusted worker stole 280,000 cedis from my side business. That's all my savings I put in the business. And now I just cannot function.
How much?
280,000 cedis from his business. And if you talk to a lot of businesses, they will tell you that the theft, the pilfering. 280.
Jesus Christ.
Charlie, let me tell you about Total Starlet. Something that will make you happy.
Okodisikano
280,000, and any businessman will tell you this. 280,000 Ghana cedis.
Charlie, it has affected my mental health. All right.
If this happens to you, how do you cope? How do you survive? Anyway, if you are looking for a car that aligns with your ambition, go for the Toyota Starlet. It's sold by Toyota Ghana Company Limited. It should be your preferred choice for drive comfort. It's designed for those who crave beauty, performance, and safety, and it delivers the perfect value for your money. The Starlet is a 5-seater with ample legroom to minimize driving fatigue. So rush to buy a Toyota Starlet from any Toyota Ghana Company Limited showroom and enjoy 1 year or 20,000 kilometers, whichever comes first, free service with an extended warranty of 5 years or 120,000 kilometers, whichever comes first. Call Toyota Ghana Company Limited today on 0302 429 80125 for further information. Terms and conditions apply. Ghana drives Toyota Starlet.
All right, Ghana listens to the Super Morning Show on Joy, so keep it locked right here. We've got sports, birthdays, and Uncle Ibo White all after these.
At a spanking new office to congratulate him on opening his business. And man, was I impressed. The business is just moving quick. The sales, customers, everything is just working seamlessly. The secret? He said,
it's MTN Business Broadband. In this fast-paced environment, we need fast and reliable internet to support all business types. No laggy online meetings, great download and upload speeds, impeccable business management systems, all inclusive. I mean, you can have it all.
Sharp! I signed on immediately.
To enable your business stay ahead and stay connected, make sure you're signed on to the best internet made just for businesses. MTN Business Broadband. Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh and manage your account on my MTN app. Call 0244 308 111 for more information. We are good together everywhere you go.
Ever wondered what else your Standard Chartered Visa card can do? It is not just for taking money from ATMs. Your Standard Chartered Visa card is the enjoyment card. Use it to shop at malls and supermarkets and for all your online transactions. Book and pay for that overdue vacation online and win fantastic rewards like airtime, Melcon gift vouchers, and a weekend stay at a plush hotel and many more. It is the enjoyment card. So next time you're about to make any payment, let your Standard Chartered Visa card lead the way, not cash. It is your gateway to secure, convenient, and rewarding payments. Visit the 360 Rewards website for more information. Standard Chartered, here for good.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
All right, birthday messages on the Super Morning Show are brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go, and Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. Right, whose birthday is it today?
Happy birthday to Elizabeth Nwama from your family and friends, and also happy birthday to Mr. EKT Osam of Agona Swedru from your wife and children. Happy birthday to you. Also, special birthday. All right, good morning, Kojo SMS team. Kindly give a shout out to my daughter, Madam Lisa Aseye Kpodo of the Youngsters School. She turns 12 years today. Happy blessed birthday. May the Lord bless you, keep you, make He cause His face to shine on you and be gracious unto you. Grow in wisdom and in stature and live to fully fulfill your destiny in Jesus' name. Love you so much from your mom, Dorothy Mark. We'll bring you more of the birthday messages.
Yeah. Just one more. Mami Biama of Cornerstone International Academy is 10 years old today. She's about to go into her classroom. So happy birthday to you, Mami Biama. It's from your entire family. They love you very much. Okay, then. So the Joy Sports Center is brought to you by
MTN.
And everywhere you go. Nice to hear your voice there. As well as Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. Franco Trading, Steel, Phone
Papa Perfect. Today I got it right.
You got it. All right. And FPAC, which blows your pain away. Not forgetting, of course, all of the football, the FA Cup, the Europa Champions Leagues, all live and in HD this April and May on DSTV. your home of entertainment.
My people, Thursdays are now extra special on MTN. Yes, your Thursdays just got more exciting because from now on, you get a nice 25% bonus on your first data bundle purchase of the day when you bundle on my MTN app or use *138#. This is every Thursday on MTN. MTN is saying that's not enough for a lovely customer like you. So they are offering a free extra movie ticket when you pay with Momo at the Silverbird Cinema at the Accra and West Hills malls. For those of you wonderful people in the Garden City, Great Garden City, of course, Kumasi, you get your free ticket at the Golden Cinemas in the Kumasi Mall. If you ask me, I think your movie dates are sorted from now on. Now, this is what I call a sweet deal. So set your reminders, bundle on my MTN or *138# and make the best of your 25% first data bundle discount and visit the cinemas. Also use Momo and get free extra movie tickets on my MTN's Yellow Thursday.
Oh, okay. Now listen, once you get your MTN Yellow Thursday deal, get yourself a phone so you can benefit from it. Nokia, Samsung, iPhone, all available from Franco Trading. But don't stop there. Why not get yourself a smart TV? From 32 to 100 inches are all available. You can get the Franco air conditioners from 1.5 to 2.5 horsepower, as well as chest freezers and refrigerators, washing machines, microwaves, blenders, CCTV cameras, and all of these are available at up to 40% discount when you shop on their online and digital platforms. So call 0246 422 338 to learn more, or download the Franco app from the Google Play Store. You can also go to francotrading.com for more information. It is still phone papa fee.
I'm still here for the Joy Sports Center. But before that, you've got a message for us.
Yes, please, Afachi. Just a minute for Standard Chartered. We believe it's essential to take the right steps towards achieving financial stability. Now is the perfect opportunity to set your financial goals and start on the right path. An input from a professional can make the difference. At Standard Chartered Wealth Management Limited Company, you have access to a wide range of investment options that offer you monthly and half-yearly interest payment through diversified investment portfolios. You can call 0233000041 or 0200 127755 or visit us on the 4th floor of the Opebia House Airport Accra today and speak with our certified investment advisors on what options suits your financial objectives and risk appetite. If you can bring us a Sports Center now.
Yes, coming up today.
Here's Fabian, poke through, Orsolini, and here's Dan and Doy, if he can get the shot away! Rested on Friday, so he would be fresh and fit tonight, and Dan and Doy makes the breakthrough.
And that was enough as Dan and Doy delivered that second half strike to deliver Bologna's first trophy in 51 years as they beat AC Milan to lift the Coppa Italia. Also in this bulletin.
It's Alcaraz that ends Draper's run in Rome. Moves into his first semi-final.
Carlos Alcaraz knocks out Jack Draper from the Italian Open quarterfinal to set up a last four contest with Musetti. These and more to come in the next 10 minutes. But first, Ghana will host the first edition of the Under-20 WAFU A and B Boys Cup in Accra from June 15th to 30th of the same month, and will feature all 16 countries from the West African sub-region. Joseph Ahinga-Walter has more in these reports.
The tournament follows the successful organization of the CAF African Schools Football Championship in April and will see 16 African nations competing for the regional glory. This marks the first time both WAFU zones will combine for the U20 tournament, replacing the previously separate qualifiers for the CAF Under-20 African Cup of Nations. Group stage matches will be held at the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence in Pram Pram, with the final set for the University of Ghana Stadium in Accra. The tournament is aimed at strengthening youth football development and providing more competitive opportunities across the region.
Yep, Joseph Ayenga Walters reports there. Now, Sports and Recreation Minister Kofi Adams has urged authorities to transition the current Black Satellite squad into the Black Meteors, Ghana's under-23 national team. He believes the team has enough quality to boost Ghana's chances of qualifying for the 2028 Los Angeles Olympic Games, despite their under-20 AFCON exits in Egypt.
Our team, the U20 team, yesterday painfully exited from the African Championship at the quarter-final stage. That team is really a very good team, and I believe that it is a team that when you keep it with few additions, they will grow to become the under-23 that will be participating in the Olympics competition to be hosted again by, I think, United States of America. And when that time comes, I believe football and many other sports will do us some good.
Yeah, that is Kofi Adams, Sports and Recreation Minister. Still in matters relating to the Olympics, the president of the Ghana Olympic Committee, Richard Akpokavi, believes Ghana's 4x100 meter relay team has justified why they deserve investment for the next 4 years. The team qualified for the World Championships, which will be held in Tokyo in September later this year, after running a season best time of 38.32 seconds at the World Relays in China over the weekend. They've also participated in major events since 2019.
Right now, it's obvious that these athletes for the 4x100 athletes that we should invest in for the next 4 years, because their performance shows, their track record is there. So they shouldn't have any problem with training. We should have a budget for them in terms of their training, in terms of medical support, in terms of coaching support, competition support. So if there's any competition they have to attend, they shouldn't have a problem. That's what I've been talking about, and that's what we want to do. So hopefully, if we finish our engagement, we'll have a plan in place with some funding in place to ensure that if they are going for the World Championships, they don't have a problem. If they have to do some camping, they don't have a problem. So it's important that we talk more and see how we can work together.
President of the Ghana Olympic Committee, Richard Akpokavi. Ghana Premier League next. And Hearts head coach Abubakar Ouattara. He has said he understands the frustrations and criticisms of the club's fans regarding the team's performance, adding that it motivates him to do more. The Phobians are sixth on the Ghana Premier League table with 46 points from 30 games, 8 points behind league leaders Nations FC with 4 games remaining in the season, and have also been eliminated from the MTN FA Cup. Here is Abubakar Ouattara.
I'm not joking, because the fans here are the blood of the team. If it's not there, the fans, we are not there. And when we go to the match or I wake up in the week, I didn't hear the fans are criticize me or my team, I say God forget me. Because that pressure is motivation for me and my boys to deliver. We know the people are followers, the people love us, the people want to see we are good performance. But unfortunately, we are telling them don't give up. And the motto of us is never say die.
Yeah, that's Abubakar Ouattara. He was speaking to Joy Sports at Damu Benin Abdul Karim. Still on the Ghana Premier League, and the Ghana Football Association's 500 Ghana City fine imposed on Nations FC's Emmanuel Ano for displaying a religious message, I belong to Jesus, during a goal celebration has sparked debates over the past 24 hours. So which particular rule did he breach? It is Law 4.5 of the International Football Association Board, which Razak Musbao reads to you.
The rule says that equipment must not have any political, religious, or personal slogans, statements, or images. It continues by saying players must not reveal undergarments that show political, religious, personal slogans, statements, or images, or advertising other than the manufacturer's logo. And it says strongly that for any offense, the player or the team will be sanctioned by the competition organizer, National Football Association, or by FIFA.
Well, lawyer Emmanuel Ejaku Minta says it is clear that Ano breached the law, but it raises a broader debate about the freedom of speech aspects of the rule.
The conversation is quite dicey, and I think if we look at the law, we will say that yes, you did violate the law. But as to whether the law is right or wrong, I feel that's a very wide conversation that will even go beyond the legal scope of what lawyers might even think of arguing. On the basis of IFAB Law 4, and I think like Kodigato was also questioned, I think about 2 weeks ago, the FA is right on the rules that they made. As to whether or not it trumps people's freedom of speech. That's a very wide conversation that even if we want to have it now, I don't think we'll be able to exhaust it because there are lots of varying views involved.
Well, very soon we'll be having the MTN FA Cup final, and Kumasi Asante Kotoko, they will take on Golden Kicks, but they've got a not so impressive record in the final of the competition since a return. Kotoko have lost the most finals since the competition returned in 2011. In that year, Kotoko suffered a shock 2-1 loss to Division 1 side Nania FC at the Accra Sports Stadium. 2 years later, they would lose by the same scoreline to Mediama Sporting Club, and in fact, Mediama will return 2 years later to beat Kotoko again, this time in their home region at the Esipon Sports Stadium. We'll see if Kotoko will fare better when they take on Golden Kicks in this year's final. Europe next, where last night Bologna egged out AC Milan to win the Coppa Italia, their first major trophy since 1974. Danny Doyle scored the only goal at the Stadio Olimpico, latching onto a loose ball in the box before lashing a shot into the back of the net. It secures Bologna a place in next season's Europa League, with Milan, who have not won the Italian Cup since 2003, still uncertain of a European place. In Spain, Jacobo Ramon's 95th minute winner for Real Madrid against Mallorca last night forced Barcelona to wait another day at least for La Liga title glory. Hansi Flick's side were seconds away from being confirmed as champions without playing, only for Madrid to score with practically the last kick of the game at the Bernabeu. Barca, who need only 2 points from their final 3 games to secure the title, will take on Espanyol later tonight at 7:30 p.m. In tennis, British number 1 Jack Draper was knocked out of the Italian Open as Carlos Alcaraz showed his quality under pressure to reach the semis. Draper was beaten 6-4, 6-4 on the Rome clay as world number 3 Alcaraz battled valiantly to save break points at key moments and take his own chances when they came. He is a first-time semi-finalist, and will play Italy's Lorenzo Musetti in the last 4 tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the NBA, Julius Randle scored 29 points on 13 for 18 shooting, and the Minnesota Timberwolves held on for a 121-110 win over the Golden State Warriors to clinch their Western Conference semi-final series on Wednesday. Despite the results, Draymond Green, who's a forward for the Golden State Warriors, was full of praise for his opponents.
Anytime you got a number 2 that can just go get it, you give yourself a chance at to go make it happen and get a ring. And like I said, the way Julius been playing since he came back from the injury, by the way, it ain't just start. Like the way he's been playing since he came back from his injury, he been lights out. So I have no doubt that he'll continue to play that way. He's aggressive and he gonna go after it. He got that mindset. Always have had that mindset.
Draymond Green himself, he's been fined $50,000 for questioning the integrity of game officials during Game 3 of that semi-finals. Derek White, meanwhile, scored a game-high 34 points, and the Boston Celtics extended their season by beating the visiting New York Knicks 127-102 in Game 5 of the Eastern Conference semi-finals. The Knicks lead the best-of-7 series 3-2 heading into Friday's Game 6 in New York. And that's how we end the Joy Sports Center. Back to you, Kojo.
Thank you, Achu. Thank you for the sports. You are still listening to the Super Morning Show, and it's now time for Food for Thought. It's brought to you by Roverman Productions. Be the difference and cover our lives simplified. And Uncle Ibo is on the line. Good morning, Uncle Ibo.
Kojo Batakari. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good, and you?
I'm doing well. It's good to know you are doing good. This week we are looking at mental health issues. This morning we are talking up to some entrepreneurs, and when it comes to these things, you have been through it. You've helped a lot of people and mentored a lot of people through it. So it's good to hear you are good, and we are also good.
Oh, I'm doing good. And I've seen your Batakari mate in the studio.
Yes. Sami has fully co-opted me into the Batakari League.
Well, Kojo, I spent Mother's Day reflecting on my mother and the interesting way she raised me. She raised me indirectly and without trying to raise me. Now, it is expected that a mother would be interested in the education of her son, but my mother did not go to school. And I don't think she appreciated formal education that much. But she still managed to instill in me the love for reading. And she did that indirectly. It began in 1962 when I was in class 3. I was 8. My illiterate mother grossly overestimated how much I had been taught in the 3 years in primary school. As far as she was concerned, 3 years in the classroom should have made me a crutchy. Crutchy in those days was reserved only for educated men. In those days, my mother sold fresh fish at the supermarket. And when school vacated, I, as the oldest of her sons, had to accompany her early in the mornings to the market to run errands for her, and also to bring home the groceries and the foodstuffs ahead of her. We would take the omnibus or trotro from South Centreso to Kejetia, and then walk from there to the Asafo market. Now, in the bus, it was common to find a few men reading the newspapers, because in those days, newspapers were the primary and for many the only source of news and current affairs. Radios were not common, and its reach was very limited. Television in Ghana was a few years away, and the internet was more than 30 years away. When my mother saw the gentlemen engrossed in their newspapers on the bus, it made her curious. So when we got down from the bus at Kejetia, she would walk to the nearest newspaper vendor to buy a copy of the day's newspaper. She would then hand it to me and say, "Kwabena, read it and tell me what is in the newspaper." And at 8, I would just show her the pictures, and from the captions, tell her who was in the pictures. Remember, there were no televisions, and so newsmakers were just names. We couldn't put faces to them except you saw them on the front pages of graphic. So I'll go, "Oh, look, Mama, this is Kwame Nkrumah with Queen Elizabeth." And she will go, "Oh, is that the Queen? She's so young and beautiful." And then she will point to another picture and ask, "And who is this?" And I would read the caption of the picture and tell her the personalities featured. Kojo, in a sense, my mother and I had newspaper review years or decades before the media made it a part of their programming. Now, if she pointed to something in the newspaper, or if she pointed at a signboard and asked me, "What does it say?" and I could not say what it was, she would declare, "They don't teach you anything in school," and ridicule the kind of education I was receiving. I did not enjoy her ridiculing me, and so I took to reading and took a keen interest in class at school. Her ridicule made me resolve that I would never be found wanting whenever she pointed at any written text or signboard and asked, "What does it say?" The result of that commitment was sometimes amusing. Remember, I was just in class 3 and I was 8. One day, we were walking through the Kumasi railway station, and she pointed to something written on a tall, slender wooden box and asked, "Kwabena, what does it say?" I looked at the box and read, "Post liter here." Now, at that point, I had not encountered the word liter before. I knew the word letter, and I knew that you post letters. So I said to my mother, "It says you can post a letter here, but they spelled the word letter wrong." My mother was so proud that her 8-year-old son could spot a mistake made by grown-ups. I later discovered that liter was a word, and that those wooden boxes were actually refuse bins made of wood. But by far the most amusing newspaper review with my mother happened one morning when we boarded the early morning bus from South Centreso to Kejetia as usual. At Bantama, a man in suit joined the bus and took the seat in front of us. He had a newspaper, and he would turn a page and go, "Wow, look." As for these people, they would destroy this nation. Then he would flip to another page and again express outrage or indignation at one thing or the other. Or he will flip to another page and go, "Oh, no, no, no. Can he say that?" Now, I did not think my mother was paying attention, but I was wrong. As soon as we got down from the bus at KJTR, she made a beeline to the nearest newspaper vendor and bought a copy of the newspaper. She gave it to me and said, "Here, Kwabena, read it and tell me what the Kratchi on the bus was so upset about." I said to her, "Mama, that man cannot read." My mother fled out. "Don't talk nonsense. Just read the newspaper and tell me what is going on." I said, "Mama, that man is illiterate. He had the newspaper upside down and he was not even aware that he had it upside down." My mother stopped in her stride. She said, "You mean that man in suit is in the same class with me?" And then she burst into laughter. She said, "But if you cannot read, is it by force?" My illiterate mother's quest to know what was going on in the news in an era when newspapers were the primary source of news made a reader of me. What is it the Bible says? Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he's old, he will not depart from it. You find that in Proverbs 22 verse 6. I am still a reader, and I owe that to my mother. And Kojo Batakari, that is my presentation for this morning.
We owe a lot to our mothers, and
we do.
Without their guidance, somebody posted on Mother's Day that God could not come down to live with us on earth. That's why he gave us mothers. They guide us through everything, and even in spaces that they don't have capacity, they find a way to build your capacity.
Yes, like my mother did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about your journey from South Centresu through Bantama, through G to KJT, I was just picturing everything and how the bus would be with your mom by your side.
Yes, and this is in the 60s, so traffic was not as it is now. The ride was always fun. At the time we would get on board, there wouldn't be that many people on board, so it was always interesting.
Yeah. We thank our mothers and the journeys and the experiences they've given us. And thank you too for sharing this story with us this morning, Uncle Ibo.
Oh, you're welcome. And say good morning to the beautiful MFR and the handsome Kojo.
Good morning, Uncle.
Good morning, Uncle Ibo.
Hi, guys.
The beautiful MFR and the handsome Kojo. Chesamedia Batakarina. Uncle Ibo, thank you so much.
No, Kojo, be happy that you are even on record.
That was Uncle Ibo with Food for Thought, brought to you by Riverman Productions, Be the Difference, and Koba, Our Lives Simplified. It's coming up to 8. At 8, we bring you the Business Minute. And tonight at 9:30 on Joy News, George Yafe will be talking to the Deputy Governor of the BOG about the CD stability, sustainability, all coming up. And the Business Minute is brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG, we stand with you, and Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana, we stand with you, and Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts. Some major shopping outlets dealing in household goods and furniture have started reducing prices in line with the city's appreciation against the dollar. Meanwhile, Regional Director of CATS International, Pierre Kusiadmarco, is advocating structural reform of the economy to stabilize prices of goods in the market. The Chamber of Petroleum Consumers Ghana says there is justification for a reduction in transfer fares following the consistent reduction in prices of petroleum products since the beginning of the year. And UK-based car maker Jaguar Land Rover has said it does not intend to produce vehicles in the US as President Donald Trump's tariffs impact the motor industry. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana, we stand with you, and Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator expert.
You find an MC like me who's strong, leave motherfuckers aboard with no verbal support. And when I command the microphone, I get delicate as condo, with a bear and a snake and a panda.
All right, and so that was the Business Minute brought to us by CBG. We stand with you and Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Trader looking to expand your business? Then look no further. The Consolidated Bank Ghana Solo Loan is the perfect financial boost for you. Access a loan up to 200,000 Ghana cedis with no collateral required and repay conveniently within 12 months. The Consolidated Bank Ghana Solo Loan is designed to support your daily operations and ensure the uninterrupted cash flow of your business. Sign up for the Consolidated Bank Ghana Solo Loan today and take your business to the next level. Experience a quick and easy process when you apply. Remember, no collateral is required. For further inquiries, visit any Consolidated Bank Ghana branch nationwide or call our contact center on 0302216,000 or via our social media handles on Facebook, Instagram and X. Email us at talktous@cbg.com.gh. Terms and conditions apply. CBG, we stand with you.
And Anointed is giving you the opportunity to buy the best diesel generating sets here in Ghana. The sizes range from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA, and they are giving these to you at very competitive prices. And for every generator you acquire from them, you will enjoy 5-year warranty. They also undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets right here in Ghana. And the good news is they have 21 branches nationwide, so you can get Anointed Electricals, Anointed Engineering Services anywhere across this country. They have a new branch at Pukwasi near the White House, opposite the Eco Block. And if you want 24-hour emergency services, if you want to buy correct spare parts, reliable rental services, professional advice, training, they offer all that. And they also sell tower lights and rent them as well. You can call them on 0243 480-334 and 0540-010-9433. Yesterday I drove past the Anointed House on the Odoko Main Road. That's their head office. So new fresh generators, just breathing small. So you can go get yours. Call them 0540-109-493. Anointed, the generator experts.
All right, now guys, there's something that's going around on social media. Okay, it's the reactions to a disclosure that holders of US dollar accounts will soon be unable to withdraw cash over the counter. Okay, this is supposed to be under a new directive from the Bank of Ghana. Now, a board member of the Bank of Ghana, Isaac Adongo, who happens to be the chair of the Parliament's Finance Committee, actually revealed that the central bank plans to tighten restrictions on over-the-counter dollar withdrawals from financial institutions. So while existing regulations permit limited dollar withdrawals with the exchange rate, I think we should listen to exactly what he said. He was speaking to Evans Mensah on PM Express last night on the Joy News channel.
You can no longer speculate with a bank account in dollars, because when you put the money in dollars into a bank account, we'll give you the dollars only when you need it for a dollar denominated transaction outside of our country, because dollars must be spent outside, not inside. But if you need the dollar to go and spend on, say, CD denominated transaction, we'll give you the CDs.
But this is theory. That
is what's happening. Go and put your money in your bank account and go and get it, whether you get a dollar in Ghana here.
I go to the bank all the time to take
and
my dollars
and you
out.
take dollars?
Then nobody asks me.
It's illegal. You can't be giving dollars on the counter.
Isaac Adongo there. Now, banking consultant Dr. Daniel Sedo says that the Bank of Ghana's new policy is unlikely to succeed and could further destabilize the banking sector, which is still recovering from the recent domestic debt exchange program. Let's listen to Dr. Sedo.
Now, people save in dollar or put dollar in the bank because they are rational beings. They are looking for stability. They want to pursue wealth preservation. They may be looking for investment opportunities. So there are good reasons why they put dollar in the bank. And if the bank can accept your dollar over the counter equally, they must be able to pay you your dollar when you go.
Yeah. More dollars. No. Talk to me.
I just say a free advancements our phones too.
You know, this thing has been happening. This attempt to regulate dollars has been happening. It didn't start today. It's been happening. In fact, over-the-counter dollar withdrawals happened under President Mills. I believe it happened under President Akufo-Addo, and there is this talk of us tightening the regulations.
It also happened under President Mahama the first time around.
Yes, and in most of in all the instances, really, we saw a parallel forex market also coming up. The Alajis and the other people who trade in dollars also created their own a forex market. In fact, whenever we post the BOG's exchange rates, the reaction on social media sometimes is that is the BOG's exchange rate. What is the market exchange rate? How are people actually trading it? We should really have a conversation about this and understand some of the thinking behind some of these things and how its impacts on businesses. For example, if Kojo Yankson has $10,000, and I remember at a point you could not withdraw $10,000 over the counter without justification that maybe you are traveling or something. So if Kojo Yankson has $10,000, for example, and Kojo wants to withdraw money from his dollar account to go and buy a shoe from Kantamanto, should Kojo be giving the dollars he had and deposited in his bank account, or Kojo should be giving the CD equivalent in the interest of managing exchange rate fluctuations? Is it Kojo's right to take his dollar back, if we are talking about rights here? Because I give you dollars, so give me dollars back. Or because he's going to use it to do business in an economy whose legal tender is cedis, give him the prevailing CD equivalent. I think that's what Adongo is driving at.
I think maybe we should be explaining what over-the-counter withdrawal means, so that people are not thinking that if you had your dollar in the bank, you are not able to withdraw it. So, what really is over-the-counter withdrawal?
It's taking money from the bank. That's what it means.
Yes, I mean, in the bank, if you walked to the bank, there's a process that if you go through, they will not describe as over the counter.
No,
if you had
if you go to your bank to withdraw money from your account, you are carrying out an over the counter transaction.
Okay.
As long as you are withdrawing money from your account at the bank, it's an over the counter withdrawal. The other kinds of withdrawals might be digital transfers, for example, right? But an over the counter withdrawal is basically you walking into your bank and withdrawing money from your account. Okay. And what this directive is suggesting, according to Isaac Adongo, is that if you have a bank account with dollars in it, following that directive, you will not be able to walk into your bank and withdraw dollars. The bank will not give you dollars. As Kojo suggests, perhaps they will give you the CD equivalent of the dollars that you put in your account, right? And you see, it's not even about the legality of it, because I suspect that if the Bank of Ghana issues a directive, that makes it legal.
It's a regulation, yes.
So it's not about the legality of it. I think Dr. Dansedo's issue is that this affects our faith in the banking system. And it's coming so soon after the biggest blow to our faith in the banking system through the domestic debt exchange program, where people thought that the investments they had made through banks were safe. They bought bonds through banks and they thought they were safe. And it turned out that they were not. So investing through your bank is not 100% guarantee of safety in Ghana. That is what we learned from the domestic debt exchange program. So there has been a huge hit to our faith in the banking system, which means that we have ended up not making as much use of it as we should. The question is, will this further affect our faith in the banking system? Will it further affect our behavior as consumers of banking services? And Winston stops by.
Yes, I was just
chip in on this one.
Going to do a few things. Normally when I'm on leave, very few things will bring me to town.
Normally when you're on leave.
Very few things bring me to town. But Kojo Boateng was making a point. I just wanted to make a brief contribution. He was making a point earlier about the directive. So the 10,000 dollar seal and all of that.
Yeah.
So normally what you would experience when you go to the bank is that you're supposed to be giving, say, cedis, but the bank sometimes would ask you whether you want it in dollars or you want it in cedis. Now, also in this country, and Adongo makes the point that we actually spend in cedis. We spend cedis here. And so normally before you're giving dollars, the bank would ask, and sometimes they would ask what it is that you intend to use this for. Some of the banks actually would do the transfer on your behalf. And the view is that they want to make sure that you're able to, they want to prevent people getting dollars and selling it to the black market, getting profits, and then pretending to actually use it on external travels. So if you can justify, for instance, if you say, so I need dollars to pay for some imports here or there, well, the banks can do the transactions for you. The bank would do that. But let's say I'm traveling and I'd need, say, $1,000 as spending money. Sometimes even the bank would say, well, how about we give you a card that you can go. That is what is expected to be done. Unfortunately, that is not what is being done. So what I get Adongo saying is more of an enforcement of the current principle or of the current directive. Now, I've also heard Dr. Sedop make the point that, this could affect. Look, Kojo Boateng says that people are comparing black market rate. It's simply this. The moment the cedi appreciates against the dollar, people would want to get dollars as a store of value. They can't get dollars from, say, maybe the banks easily, because you need to justify why is it that you want dollars, unless you actually have a friend within the banking system who can cut a few corners and give it to you.
Basically break the rules.
Yes, but Alaji is always willing to give you the dollars. But the moment, and the principles of demand and supply, at the moment there's a huge demand for it, Alaji says, get it. Because you see, here we are talking about the fact that this is because the dollar is weakened. And I hear people saying, how about the pound sterling? Well, the pound sterling is also struggling. But the Nigerians are not experiencing, say, well, the Naira may also have a problem. But the end point is that there is the general expectation, now that Donald Trump is talking about, some bit of a compromise between US and China, if the US dollar rises again, then the cedi may depreciate. And so why don't I get some dollars? Okay, and I've seen people calling me and saying, I pay my son's school fees in dollars. The school has a rate, so I prefer to keep dollars. So what many of these people do is actually to buy from the Forest Bureau. Even the Forest Bureau, you'd have to go with your Ghana card and sometimes give indication of what it is that you're going to use it for. But trust me, the moment the cedi begins to appreciate, there are people who are going to start asking for dollars. And the moment they begin to start asking for dollars, if the demand for the dollar is high, particularly within the black market, the rate within that market would go up. If it is extended to, say, the formal market, that would also lead it to rise if we do not have enough supplies to meet that. But you see, it's also important, and I was just checking our trade statistics over the period. I have the 2023 data from the Ghana Statistical Service, and they'll give you the values. They give it to you in cedis, but just for purpose of analysis, you realize that between February to March to April and May, Ghana's highest imports is around November and December
for Christmas.
It is around this time that you need more dollars.
That's why S&P's prediction that the depreciation, the appreciation we are seeing may not last till the end of the year.
Because also in 2023, for instance, somewhere around August, we saw our import value of increasing from 14.9 billion in July to 16.5, and 16.5 billion in dollars was the highest throughout the previous months, as in the first 7 months of the year. The point I make also is that it is true that today we have more dollars in the system. It is true that the price of gold on the world market is increased. It is also true that we have increased our production or an export of gold in this country. All of these would contribute. It is also true that there are external factors. So, yes, that's it mainly. But the reality also is that when you go to the bank to go and take dollars, they ask you, do you want it in cedis or do you want it in dollars? So, an enforcement of the regulation is key.
There was some controversy, confusion, a bit of a debate between Evans and Isaac Atongo about what the existing law is or the existing regulation is. All right, Isaac Atongo, of course, was suggesting that currently you can't go to your bank and withdraw dollars. I want us to listen to them and then we'll seek some clarification. All right, stay, listen to this. 30 seconds.
You can no longer speculate with a bank account in dollars, because when you put the money in dollars into a bank account, we'll give you the dollars only when you need it for a dollar denominated transaction outside of our country, because dollars must be spent outside, not inside. But if you need the dollar to go and spend on, say, CD denominated transaction, we'll give you the CDs.
But this is theory.
That is what's happening. Go and put your money in your bank account and go and get it, whether you get a dollar in Ghana here.
I go to the bank all the time to take
and
my dollars
and you
out.
take dollars?
Then nobody asks me.
It's illegal. You can't be giving dollars on the counter.
All right, so you hear Isaac Atongo say that it is illegal. You can't be given dollars on the counter. Okay, now Winston is giving some clarity here that actually the rules are to restrict the issue of dollars over the counter, right? For good reason. So they ought to ask you several questions before they give you dollars. And in fact, if there is an alternative to the dollars, they should offer that to you. So either they offer you CDs, or if you say you're traveling, maybe they offer you a card, like a Visa card, with your dollars loaded on it so that you go and spend it outside. But for them to actually give you the hard currency, it ought not be the rule. So is Adongo right when he says it's illegal?
Well, Evans makes the point that it's just in theory, and said that even for him, when he goes to the bank, he's able to withdraw his dollars over the counter. I would have thought that at a certain amount, a threshold, then they do not give it to you over the counter, and a minimum you can at least withdraw over the counter, which I have done before. Now I'm afraid whether I would be arrested.
The question is, and I suspect everybody has done this before, right? I suspect everyone has had this experience before. The question is it illegal?
Well, if there's regulation to say that this is how you do it, for example, I'll use myself as an example. I bought some machines recently. I was buying these machines from China, so I go to my bank and they transfer the money from my dollar account to where I'm buying it from, right? They don't give me the dollars to find a way to transfer. So I had to go there and transfer that money. Now I also needed some money to do some local purchases because I'm buying from here. They gave me cedis, right? I think Adongo's point is that if you need legal tender for business and you have a dollar account and you're doing that business in Ghana, the legal tender is cedis, so the banks will give you cedis. If you need it for any dollar denominated transaction, which mostly would be outside the country, that you have to give the justification, and then the right process will be used, whether it's transferred to wherever you are going or that the currency is given to you, especially if you are traveling. You can have that. One other thing that is also key is what Winston mentioned. The more people don't trust the system to keep the currency stable, the more they see this appreciation as an opportunity to buy more dollars, because they think that in the next few months or by end of year the cedi would have depreciated. So if you buy more dollars now, it will give you value,
you make a profit.
And if that happens and there's a rush on the dollar, then there's a rush on our forex stability, and then we will lose the gains we are making. So those are some of the considerations.
So, I mean, if I remember right, Kwesi Emisa Arthur, as governor of the Bank of Ghana at the time, set the limit at $10,000. And in fact, when he actually appeared before the appointments committee, having been nominated by John Mahama as his vice president, he justified that. He makes the point that, in many countries, when you go there, you're going to withdraw money. What you're told is that you're giving the equivalent. So there is that regulation in the country, okay, when it comes to withdrawing beyond $10,000.
So that was 6th February 2014. We defended our decision to limit that because this is a story from the BBC.
Exactly.
And it says foreign currency account holders have been limited to withdrawals of $10,000, which must be supported by evidence of an overseas trip. And the Bank of Ghana governor then, Kofi Wampa, also raised interest rates then to 18% to attract more investment. So these are some of the...
So basically what we are learning this morning is that dollar accounts in the banking system were not created to save dollars for customers. They were created to retrieve dollars from customers.
Not necessarily. They were created to enable transactions for customers. Because if you run a business and you do a lot of imports, for example, or exports, you'd want to receive dollars into a dollar account to enable you to do that part of the business. If you are just doing...
I'm talking about the dollar hard currency, not the value of it. The currency, the dollar.
It's actually, I mean, the creation of it, I mean, I could create a dollar account by way of storing my value, not necessarily retrieving it for the state. But for me, the most important thing is that because I know that there may be times that the cedi may depreciate, if I have it in dollars, whenever I need to transact in dollars, I don't need to go buy cedis maybe at a very higher price. So I could just keep it in dollars as and when I need it. But George Riafe is here. You know, we've told you about the interview with the governor tonight. But he has information on that directive that Isaac Adongo put out.
George has a look of concern in his eyes.
I think that, Kojo, we should not forget the fact that Bank of Ghana, when it comes to the FS regulations, there are a lot of regulations on the books. As in Bank of Ghana enforcing those regulations, the word to the letter or whatever the letter, it's another thing altogether. So let us not confuse the fact that these regulations are there. That as we speak right now, is the Bank of Ghana enforcing any FX regulation with respect to the amount of dollars or FX you can withdraw over the counter? It is not true. As far as we have picked up from the Bank of Ghana, there is no directive to commercial banks that if Kojo today you have about $15,000 in your account, and for whatever reason you are supposed to pay your child's fees in an international school, and you walk to the bank that you want to withdraw X amount of money from your account, the commercial bank will not stop you. The only advice is that because sometimes you may be looking for a large amount of FX, you may just give prior notice to the commercial bank that I am coming for X amount of money, so help me that. The bank would not refuse you for getting access to your account. And the Bank of Ghana, as far as communication and directive, has not told the commercial bank that limit the amount of FX that anyone can withdraw from the commercial banks. Later this morning, the Bank of Ghana will issue a statement just to clarify all these things. Now, could you don't forget that in the past or some months ago, as part of the Bank of Ghana's plan to try and check inflation and all the rest, if a commercial bank is holding a lot of dollars, they ask that bank to again provide cover for that dollars or FX in cedis. That made it a little bit expensive for any commercial bank to hold dollars. So you found out that the commercial banks themselves were trying to do certain things to discourage you from depositing dollars in your account. So you have someone maybe Kojo Boadi may have like sometimes maybe $200,000 in his account, and he is not even transacting the account in terms of maybe exports and all those things. So it became expensive for some of the commercial banks, and now they were trying to find ways to discourage people from opening account, which sometimes you go and then they will lie to you that, oh, we are now not this thing and all those things. But just to put that on record, the Bank of Ghana is not going to do that as far as you're concerned with respect to what is happening.
All right. I mean, okay, but again, if the regulation already exists, if that is what the regulation already says, that if you are going for dollars, you should be offered alternatives, then is this not the Bank of Ghana simply saying, oh, we haven't yet decided to enforce our regulations, you can continue?
I don't know I don't know the fine print of that, the fine print or the text of the regulation, as in the exact text of that regulation. But just like giving quoting prices in dollars locally, it is not allowed. Is the Bank of Ghana in town announcing everybody that, sometimes you also want to monitor development in the market and how in a subtle way you enforce this. But the issue here is now that BOG had communicated that XYZ. The clarity we can authoritatively say based on what we have picked up is that that is not true.
Right.
So anybody out there, some of the banks have already said they've had some calls and pressure from their depositors trying to withdraw.
So the Bank of Ghana is distancing itself from what its board member has said.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, that is not a decision coming from the board and a decision coming from, and just like what it was said yesterday in that interview, such directives, first there will be an informal engagement to the commercial banks. And in such things, you're looking at the board or the governor of the Bank of Ghana, who is now Dr. Johnson Esiama, who has not issued any directive to the banking supervision of the Bank of Ghana to be followed through to the commercial banks that do ABCD.
Okay. Clear as mud.
So in also trying to manage this pressure as well, they have tried to release some supplies to the commercial banks, the banking department, to ensure that some of the depositors who are already making calls that, listen, if you are not going to allow me to withdraw my money, then I'm going to close my account. But the assurance is that it is not on the table.
Well, I mean, to be very honest with you, I think what the Bank of Ghana is trying to do, and rightly so, is to manage the panic.
Which is already feeding into the system.
Yes, because you see, Kojo, the truth is that what Isaac Adongo said, and I mean, these regulations have been there, George. I mean, we've all talked about these regulations. But of course, if the Bank of Ghana doesn't say anything about, you hold on, when people decide to, because the banks have been managing the situation. You go in there, you're able to justify, then they give you the dollars, because you also would need people's dollars to ensure that you're able to deal with the current appreciation of the Ghana cedi. If they all take it out of the system and you do not have much and they keep it in their bedrooms, in times past, you've actually asked people to release these dollars. So I can understand where the Bank of Ghana is coming from. But the reality also is that sometimes you go to the bank, there are some banks that actually insist on giving you Ghana cedis. Yes, some banks insist on giving you Ghana cedi. So that's really the situation.
But that is not a directive that is coming from the Bank of Ghana to that. And that's just what we need to
if you're not able to justify,
suggesting that the directive already exists.
If you're not able to justify, the banks will give you cedis.
Yeah.
They'll give you the cedis.
Anyway, like I said, clear as mud. Tell us what you think about all of this on the Super Morning Show. Use the hashtag JoySMS when you post on X, or you could also send us a WhatsApp to 055-111-997. Social media messages on the Super Morning Show are brought to you by EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa, and number 10 liver salt, a refreshing relief.
And your money emergency number, the EcoBank money emergency number is *77# *770#. You go through a lot of emergencies every day, and one of the biggest emergencies that can catch you unawares is money emergencies. You need money to do something, you need to transfer something. Charlie, let that not be a problem. Just use the EcoBank money emergency number *770#. It gives you instant access to loans. If you need some quick money for something, entrepreneurs who are broke today and need instant access to loans, fund transfers, utility bill payments, airtime, data purchases, and so much more. You don't need the internet for this. You just have to dial *770#. And it will go through for you. No need to panic in any money emergency. EcoBank will always come to your rescue. Dial *770# now for solutions to your money emergencies. EcoBank is the Pan-African Bank.
All right. Well, listen, coming up, a conversation with entrepreneurs about the grind of mental health issues that come from being an entrepreneur. The pressures are real. They'll tell you how they cope and see if we can't all learn from that. That's all coming up on Big Stories, brought to you by Telecel, connecting energies.
Now, Telecel Cash, your secure and convenient cash platform, is still offering the lowest charges ever. Even better, sending money from Telecel Cash to Telecel Cash is still free on the Telecel Play app. So whether you're paying school fees or sending cash to your favorite people, send a keke. Remember, you can make payments to all other networks anywhere cash transfer is accepted as a means of payment. Dial *110# or download the Telecel Play app today. Not send the keke. Telecel.
All right, let's do this. Stay with us. Back after these.
Auntie T, abeg, fix me gobetete Ghana. No garri, no oil, no plantain, just beans then eggs.
Hey, bruh, that be dangerous combination, no?
Problem no day. I feel handle am.
For Telecel, we the Bob say everybody gets what they like. That be why Made For Me bundles day. Based on your usage, you fit get your own data and call packages. Fala! Made For Me bundles like the way you the want them. That *530#, then buy Made For Me bundles today.
Telecel, connecting energies.
EcoBank Mobile, they make me say, oh yeah. EcoBank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah. Download it. You go enjoy it. In my Brahmin chain. In my Brahmin chain. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit. You can pay school fees, even chest tights with the Apple. EcoBank Apple.
Charlie J. Nabu. Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know, it's 5-star life with EcoBank. Kim promise.
We shouldn't have gone to that party.
Massa, my head is killing me.
Is that your stomach?
Yes.
What did you eat? I don't know.
Get rid of your gastric problems with number 10 liver salt. Number 10 gives you quick, effective relief from nausea, indigestion, heartburns, hangovers, and hyperacidity. And with different fruity flavors such as orange and lemon, it's a pretty tasty way to end an uncomfortable situation. Number 10 liver salt from Ernest Chemist, because everyone needs a chemist.
This advert has been vetted and approved by FDA.
Paying or getting paid? Kwabena day for you.
Driver, I don't have cash on you.
Oh, madam, you can pay through Kwabena.
Oh, you use Kwabena too? That makes it easy.
Receive payment from your customers and make bulk payment in just a few clicks.
Madam, I received the money.
Hello, Coffee.
Mom, you still haven't sent me the airtime, and the house internet is finished. My game.
I'm sorry, darling. Doing that right away.
With Kwabena, you can send airtime to your friends and family and load data for some great entertainment.
Madam, here are the food stuff.
Thank you.
You can use the short code *365# or the Kwabena mobile app to make your payment.
Get a designated short code today and start receiving payment with real-time visibility into all your payments with Kwabena. Pay your suppliers and staff in just a few clicks. For more information, call 0200 404010.
Kwabena, there you click pew
and you hear pew pew. Transaction done.
Kwabena, our lives simplified.
Are you tired of rising fuel costs and frequent service and maintenance draining your budget? Are you a transport business thinking of the best eco-friendly and cost-saving option for a car? Then switch to the Serial Nano 3 electric vehicle. The Serial Nano 3 EV is proudly marketed and distributed in Ghana by Anointed Engineering Services Limited. The sleek Serial Nano 3 electric vehicle, with its advanced technology and high performance, emits zero emissions because it does not run on fossil fuels. No need to worry about a charging station because you can charge your Serial at home directly by plugging into the socket. The Serial Nano 3 electric vehicle offers unmatched comfort, interior design, fast charging, long-lasting battery, and a portable digital ultra-silent genset for backup charging no matter your power situation anywhere. Visit our brand new and ultra-modern showrooms in Accra and Kumasi. Kumasi. In Kumasi, Asukwa, in front of the TAT yard on the Ark Mayanka Road. Call our hotlines on 0544 340589 and 0243 480 334. Anointed also stocks genuine spare parts and delivers after sales services 24/7 for our Serial Nano 3 EVs. The Serial Nano 3 electric vehicle. Experience a legacy of luxury modernized. Serial EV. Go electric.
Say donut, 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 donut. Hey, donut, 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 donut. Donut, donut. Then come cut some donut. Donut, donut. Malaria super donut. Everybody follow not sa malaria. The 3D till no not now. Ogonto malaria too. Popo. What will it be? I want you. No not. Adabako. No not. Adamienu. No not. Adamiensa. No not. No. Lonat scatter malaria. Lonat ide scatter malaria.
A quality product from Blaze GVS Pharma. Yenshishemu hu se malaria wa umojam ansa na wanum Lonat. Na nam yense na malaria no daso wo ho a ko hu dokota.
This advert is FDA approved.
Coffee in your cup. Enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
We are gearing up for an all-important conversation on big stories, and it's all about entrepreneurship and mental health. Stay tuned, that's coming up. But first, listen, we all want a little more security when life gets unpredictable, a little more protection when your loved ones are around you. Because let's be honest, more is always better. So listen, let me put you on the Absa Assure account. The Absa Assure account, it's not just a banking product. It is a chance to have more to have more than you expect. Absa Assure account gives you domestic and commercial accident guarantee cover with hospitalization benefits, as well as a permanent disability benefits, death cover, and a bundle of essential banking services, all for a single fee. No multiple payments, just one fee for everything. All right, so you want more? Of course you do, because more is always better. So if you do indeed want more, then simply sign up to the Absa Assure account with Absa today. Your story matters. Absa.
And are you ready to dream, dare and deliver in the world of IT? Look no further than Jackson Institute of Technology, JIT, the only NIIT authorized training center in Ghana. At JIT, we provide world-class IT training for individuals and corporate organizations, equipping you with industry-relevant skills in software development, cybersecurity, networking, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and digital marketing, and more. We offer globally recognized certifications, practical job-ready training, and flexible hybrid learning options, which allows you to study online or on-site. Our expert instructors ensure hands-on learning experiences that prepare you for success in today's digital world. Conveniently located on the Ring Road near Circle, in the heart of Accra's Central Business District, and in Kumasi at Jackson Educational Complex HQ Ayudiasi near KNUST. JIT provides easy access for students and corporate clients. Our state-of-the-art auditorium is also available for corporate events, seminars, and training sessions. Call or WhatsApp 059-699-6037 or 059-699-6038 or 055-271-4635, or visit our website www.jit.edu.gh. JIT, your gateway to a thriving IT career.
And the Ghana Revenue Authority wishes to remind all withholding tax agents, including VAT withholding agents appointed by the Commissioner General, that Withholding taxes must be paid to the Domestic Tax Revenue Division of the GRA by the 15th of every month. So today is a deadline. If you withheld taxes for supply of services and any other form of withholding tax for April 2025, they are due today, Thursday, 15th May 2025. With VAT deducted from suppliers operating the VAT standard rates, employment payment for the supply or use of goods, payment for the supply of any works, they are all due today, 15th of May 2025. You may submit hard and soft copies of schedules indicating gross amounts, the tax deducted, names of the taxpayers, and TIN or Ghana card pins from whom the taxes are withheld. We also encourage taxpayers to file their returns online via the taxpayersportal.com. Please note that failure to pay tax by due date attracts an interest of 125% compounded monthly on the outstanding tax. You know that Bible thing, failed, shaking, and
Right.
yes, we are compounding it. So please note that third-party checks require 2 days to clear. So pay your taxes. You can reach GRA on info@gra.gov.gh or WhatsApp on 0552 990 000, or you can dial this toll-free number 0800 900 110. Hashtag our taxes our future. This is signed by the Commissioner General of the GIA.
All right, a quick happy birthday to Bobosi. William Amo, aka Bobosi. This is my year mate from back in Cape Coast. He went to our disco, I went to Ogasco. Bobosi turned 48 today. Yeah, it's true. I was about 3 years younger than my mate. So yes, Bobosi is 48 today.
Bobosi.
Happy birthday.
Is that his real name or his nickname?
His nickname. His real name is William Amo.
Yes.
Yes, Bobosai.
There was a time in Kumasi High School, if a parent came and asked to see the award and mentioned the actual name, Oboa. Also Oboa the nickname. Joe Pocho Zike.
Imagine you come and mention your child's name.
You're looking for Joseph Akoto.
Nice name like MFA Adeti, and then you say, who is that? Oh, Zagidi Bogidi.
Wallah.
You're looking for.
We will not allow this name to work here.
I'm looking for my child MFA Adeti.
Yes.
Oh, Budumban Chansi and Chansi.
Let me say good morning and a happy birthday to Nanaya and Chiwateria from the whole crew to you. Happy birthday to you. Special one to my very, very good friend Sarah Marilyn Akolache, CEO of All Freight Logistics Limited, and to Samuel Dowuna. Today is your birthday as well. Happy birthday to you. This one is from Nathaniel Atto to a special person. Let me take that message. It says happy 60th birthday to Dan Ai, aka for you, from your wife, your children, your family, friends, and your classmates, as well as Nathaniel Lato.
Well, happy birthday to Rita Omane Konedu of Ghana Revenue Authority Circle, and from Brenda Ishon Hoffman, I wish you a blissful birthday. God's blessings and abundance grace upon you, or be your portion as well. Let's see if I find more messages. We already did for yours birthday.
Yes.
But happy birthday to my dear daughter Eona Amina Abba Pencil of the Royal School for Faha, my brother Abdul Rahman Idris of the Ghana Army, and my childhood friend Lord Atut Nati of Zenith Bank. I wish them all a joyous day filled with blessing always, from Leila Pencil.
And this one says happy birthday to Elizabeth Nyama from your family and friends. Happy birthday to Mr. EKT Osam of Aguna Swedro from your wife and children. Special one to you, Mona Lisa Sekbodo of the Youngster School. You turn 12 today. Happy blessed birthday. May the Lord bless you. Grow in wisdom. This is from your mother, Dorothy McPotts. And happy birthday also to Eona Amida Abba Pencil.
Yeah.
You did that.
Yeah,
Okay.
Another one here. Happy birthday to my sister Jose. You are the most amazing sister ever. Your kindness, strength, and laughter light up every room you walk into. I'm so grateful to have you in my life, not just as family, but as a true friend. May this new year bring you endless joy, love, and every dream your heart desires. Keep shining, sis.
Kojo, the solvent I need to make my Gary Sokins dream a reality has arrived.
Hey.
Yes. Gary Sokins, the solvent has arrived. Yes. Michael Asayodonko, costume team leader at Nestle Central West Africa region, Medasi. He's delivered Milk.
Please,
Yes.
you have to use its botanical name.
Milk.
Bovine extract.
That is the botanical name.
Bovine
or the other street name.
No, that's what milk is.
So bovine extract.
If you are making Gary Soakins, basically you are combining money hot shavings.
That is cassava shavings.
Yes, with purified glucose.
That is sugar.
Bovine.
So those of us who use honey, how would you describe honey? And then the granules.
B byproduct.
The granules.
And those will be.
And ice cubes.
The granules will be leguminous. Leguminous seasoning.
It's your assignment. Go find out. Tell us to
leguminous seasoning. All right. So listen. Today's conversation is really a big one. You need to stay tuned for it. We'll be talking to entrepreneurs who will reveal to us the mental stress that they go through in order to do what they do. Stay tuned for that. It's all part of our mental health awareness programming for the month of May. Now, some people are quite happy with the proposed directives from the Bank of Ghana, right? This one is from Kweku Enchibuese. Good morning to you, Kweku. He sat next to us at the committee hearings yesterday, and he says, Kojo, can you, on the streets of Beijing, decide to pay for something with your USD cash? I wish, he says, I wish what we need is a simple new regulation. Any foreign currency found in the possession of an individual or a company without authorization should be confiscated by the state. Radical, huh?
Very well. Kosi Fuasi says there is nowhere in the world where you walk to any bank and actually open a foreign bank account. I don't know that. And he said what we are doing to our economy is not good. The more people change their cedis to USD, the more demand we create for the dollar, and the more the cedi is affected and it depreciates. As a media house, we should help educate the people to the betterment of Ghana. I agree with you, Kosi.
Okay, are you ready to talk about mental health and entrepreneurship? Yes? No? Doesn't matter. We'll do it anyway after these.
My little ones, gather around. Once upon a time in the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon. Can you please show me where the Presby Church is?
Go straight. 10 left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Ask there. Anybody will show you.
And when the Black Stars take to the field, every Ghanaian becomes a coach. The sacred cue for our beloved Gobe. As you wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect vibes. These, my dear ones, are some few moments that make our Ghana truly special. And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lele rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Special moments are worth celebrating with lele rice. Lele rice, yenimno fritite. This advert is FDA approved.
Don't miss out on Electroland Soccer deals. Buy and get whopping discounts in our Samsung Mother's Day promotion. Get awesome deals in Media Soccer Fiesta. Starting from 499 Ghana cedis, you will get a NASCO burner. With 1,599 Ghana cedis, you'll get a 32-inch NASCO LED TV. NASCO top mount freezer starts from 1,799 Ghana cedis. And NASCO chest freezer from 2,599 Ghana cedis. You will get a free desktop computer if you buy our selected NASCO 6 kg, 7 kg, 8 kg or 10 kg washing machine. Rush to Electroland Ghana Limited and authorized dealer showrooms across Ghana for exciting soccer promotion. Electroland Ghana Limited, home of luxury and affordable electronics.
Do you know that NIT is back in Ghana?
Yes, you heard it right. NIT is back in Ghana, and Jackson Institute of Technology is the official partner. It's bigger, it's better, and it's here to revolutionize IT education in Ghana. Get ready for world-class training and unmatched opportunities powered by Jackson Institute of Technology. Jackson Institute of Technology is shaping futures with hands-on IT training for youth, students, and professionals. Courses include cybersecurity, Python programming, data analytics, networking and hardware essentials, and Microsoft Office suite. We offer flexible schedules, affordable payment plans, and expert trainers with globally recognized certifications. Scholarships are available for women and girls. Sign up early to grab yours. You can locate us in Accra at Abna Atia Towers, Ring Road Central, or you can call us to enroll on 059 699 6037 or 059 699 6042. Take the first step towards your dream career with Jackson Institute of Technology, where your tech future begins.
Hello, Mr. Headmaster.
Please sit. I want to discuss your child, Sarah. She is always asking questions. Questions after questions. It never stops.
Sorry, we will...
Oh, no, don't be sorry. We love her curiosity. Our world needs more curious minds. So, well done.
Oh, thank you. Confident, curious kids will change our world. Nido is specially formulated with iron, vitamin C, and A. Nido, your love, their future. This advert is FDA approved.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth with Kale Charcoal toothpaste. This gives me confidence all day.
Anytime you meet Amma, don't be surprised I smile showing my beautiful white teeth because I don't have cavity thanks to Kale Charcoal toothpaste for its natural charcoal properties. In fact, we are like twins. I can't go without my Kale Charcoal toothpaste.
That be why I dey use Kale Charcoal toothpaste morning and night when I dey go bed safe. It dey make my teeth white when it dey comot every scent from my mouth inside. My confidence level they go up, so I dey show my 32 teeth all.
Introducing the Kale Charcoal toothpaste, formulated with activated bamboo charcoal powder, ensures whiter teeth and removes bad breath. The strong natural property of the activated bamboo charcoal removes bacteria, absorbs surface stains on our teeth caused by coffee, wines, and tobacco. Welcome, Kale Charcoal toothpaste. Kale Charcoal toothpaste, Sankofa Yenchi.
Kale, happy smile.
This advert is FDA approved.
Yeah. Feel that chair now. Yeah. Thunder pop. Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the super morning show. Yeah. Wake up to joy.
Because you're doing a lot of things at the same time. Tax people are coming after you. You are chasing your people who are owing you to pay you. You are dealing with even your team dynamics. There's somebody you have to fire. You haven't fired yet. There's somebody who is asking for salary increment. There's somebody you have to give a raise. So you wear multiple hats at the same time. So what happens if you are not mentally strong? A lot of these things will weigh you down. Most people don't even sleep well. I've seen people who have to take some drugs before they can sleep. I've seen people who have to do some other things before they can even have sleep. And for you, by 4 o'clock, your body clock by 4 a.m. you're up. And the moment you're up, you start thinking. So I had to actually set a timer on my phone, the sleep timer. By 9 o'clock, everything on my phone goes. Because at 9 o'clock, somebody might send me an email from a different time zone. I read that email, I'll not sleep, because you start thinking, your mind starts processing a lot of things. And in most unfortunate cases, if you are married, it's your spouse who becomes the sounding board, because you might end up taking that anger on your spouse. They've not done anything. You'll be there. In most cases, you are moody. You are not happy. You are moody. And in some cases, you don't even want to talk.
Deciding to embark upon a life as an entrepreneur is a challenge that, I mean, defies description. But there are two people in our studio today who are living it. And today, as part of our Mental Health Month conversations, we want to talk about the very specific stresses of entrepreneurship and what they do to the mental health of the entrepreneur. Kojo, tell us who we have with us.
Yes, we have with us Charity Edupom.
Hang on a second, Kojo. There's a problem with your microphone. Let's see if we can get it sorted. Yeah, let's try that one more time.
Is he coming?
Okay.
Okay, let's take a break.
All right, we'll take some messages. We're back after these.
She gave me even number. Wake up to the super morning show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the super morning show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the super morning show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy.
Companies based in Tema, and we have Gideon Ajiman. He is a marketing specialist and a mental health advocate, and they are joining us to share their journey with us. Gideon has done quite a lot of work in mental health advocacy. He organizes some events on that as well. So he will tell us some of the insights they've gained working with health practitioners, working with other entrepreneurs and all that. So Charity, Gideon, good morning. Welcome to the Super Morning Show.
Good morning, Kojo.
How are you?
It's good to see you here.
Do you guys sleep? That's the first, because almost every entrepreneur I've spoken to says that. Do you sleep?
What's the scripture? This I'm horrible when it comes to Bible, but I remember there's a scripture that says, it goes along the lines, when you sleep a lot, that thief or poverty will come at you like a thief in the night or something. Yeah. Yes, and you leave that reality when you're an entrepreneur. I remember when you called me yesterday and said, you said how was I doing, right? And I said, I'm surprisingly alive, because it's I was so tired and I still went to sleep. I think I slept probably around 2 a.m. and had to be up around 4. So yes, that's the life of an entrepreneur.
Yeah, Charity, yesterday when we were having the conversation, you sent in a message that you always thought you were going crazy or you were crazy, but after listening to your other colleague entrepreneurs, you realized that it's normal. But should it really be normal? Tell us your story. What do you do? What has been your journey?
Okay, thank you, Kojo. I'm a very passionate individual about bringing health and convenience to people through food. I believe that our food should be our medicine, and so I'm passionate about adding value to our indigenous recipes to bring convenience to people, and I look for ways to preserve our recipes, looking at urbanization and how fast we are growing. We are all looking for fast ways of eating, and if we don't take care, there's coming a time your children won't eat in potong poto apapransa or any of those nice foods that we ate when we were children. So my passion is value addition, but also preservation of our indigenous foods.
But you're an accountant.
Yeah,
Can you
I
move
am.
from accounting to food processing?
Yes, that helps a lot. Even though that's not what I really wanted to do, I was just telling Ajiman, I thought food processing is the low-hanging fruit that I could do and then jump into fashion. But I got in so deep I couldn't get out. But my accounting background gives me a lot of leverage in bookkeeping, record taking, data, and I always have my figures off my fingertips. Yeah.
There are some entrepreneurs I've spoken to, we've had interactions with, who tell us that, look, the current business they are running is probably their fourth or fifth, because first one failed, second one failed, third one failed. But you jumped into accounting, into food processing, and you are doing well, aren't you?
I am doing very well. That I can tell you for a fact. When I look at my generation, the people, I am doing very well, and that I'm very grateful for. But it doesn't come on a silver platter. It's not a walk in the park. It's a very difficult one. You hardly sleep, especially when I was quitting from corporate to handle this full time. I did my accounting job for 11 years whilst running this business before I jumped in fully. When I was quitting, I had about 13 or 15 employees then in 2015. And I thought, I'll be a great mom. I'll drop my kids at school. I'll pick them at 3. I'll cook the best meals. They will always have fresh food. My husband would carry me on his head because, Charlie, I'm always there. I didn't know that I was going to lose my sleep over, because then I had something to fall on when things got tight. Now it was me, myself, and Mianan. So this is either this one or nothing. And so my business is my life. Just last Friday, I posted on my WhatsApp that it's just work home. This is not the life I bargained for. But when you have a good support system, which you have to intentionally create, it won't come on its own. It won't come incidentally or by luck. You have to consciously make an effort and be intentional about creating that support system for yourself. It's tough. For me, managing the people I work with, the people under me, the people even above me, it's a very tough one. And mostly I think I'm either overreacting or I'm doing too much.
You think you're overreacting?
Sometimes that's how I feel, because I do food, and food comes with very strict regulations and what is expected of you. And so I want to drop my bottle of water here and know that I have put the awake right facing here, and when I'm coming I have to pick it that way. Safety is first. There's something I learned from our production manager when I used to work at Chemical. He said he learned it in Korea. I said accidents do not occur, they are caused. And so safety is very paramount to what I do, and also hygiene. And so it's very difficult to keep the two together with a kind of people that we ourselves are growing to be. The kind of normal we have in Ghana is crazy.
Our normal is abnormal.
Our normal is rather the abnormal. Like, thank you. You put it in very straightforward, and our normal is not the normal. And so it's very difficult, and sometimes today I'm closing at 4, and at 4 that is when the real business is actually starting. Yesterday I was expecting my mother-in-law, so I said, today I'll go early. 4 o'clock they said some blade is is broken on the slicer, I have to call somebody, make sure, because we have to finish somebody's order as well. So it's a lot.
So you're an accountant,
Mm-hmm.
and then you quit that in 2015 to manage your business.
Yeah.
Back then you had 15 employees.
Yeah.
And you thought that now you have the freedom. You don't have to wake up early and go and be an accountant before you become a manufacturer. But that expectation has not been met still.
No.
And we are in 2024, 9 years on.
2025.
Yeah, we are in so 10 years on.
Yeah. You still lose sleep.
So the dream has not materialized. The business is businessing,
The
but your personal
business,
life is not.
It's not balancing.
It's not balancing.
When I do the accounts, it doesn't balance.
I'll come back to you. Let's get Gideon's story. I have known you for a very long time as an advertising marketing specialist. You've gone through the process. Now you run your businesses. Tell us your story. Where did you start and where are you now?
Okay, so before I even get into my personal story, the initial question you asked there, there's a direct correlation between food and mental health. Traditional medicine probably would never agree, but alternative health has proven that the brain it's just a couple of chemicals and neurons, right? And the food we eat affects the way those processes happen. And I remember my barber, for example, giving me a perfect analogy. That imagine you go to a showroom and then you buy the best car that's available, but then it's supposed to the fuel that the car needs is petrol, but you start putting in diesel. After a while, what happens to the car? There'll be all sorts of malfunctioning happening, right? It's possible you even put the car on drive and then it could reverse, which is what happens to us when we don't eat the right food. So there's a direct correlation between food and then how we function. In fact, I have my own theory that I haven't tested. I think you remember how she said our normal is what abnormal. I actually believe that we eat too many carbs here, carbohydrates, and I think carbohydrates is not effective fuel for our brain. But anyway, that's just aside. Now into my story. Because you know me, I've done so many things and I still do a lot of things. So I think my journey is interesting. Even before I get into the specifics, I would say entrepreneurship is so difficult that for me, every now and then I come up for breath, for fresh air, and so every now and then I slip back into corporate because it's very it's very tough.
It's
and when I
because you
see
have something to go back to.
Well, I say I'm not as strong as those who have been in it for, let's say, 10, 15 years and are struggling, are still sticking to it. For me, every now and then...
You are not long-suffering.
No, not at all. Not at all. So every now and then, I go back to the safety of corporate life. But then there's the calling in you when you're an entrepreneur. So every now and then I then come back. Being just an entrepreneur, it's not a joke at all, especially in the system we have where there's literally no support. It's crazy. And when I see people who have done it, like she's done it for 10 straight years, I think they're magicians. Like you mentioned, I started in my official I've been working a long time, Kojo. I actually tell people I've been working for over 20 years and they're like, how old are you? I'm like, I started right out of SSS, started doing marketing events and stuff. So throughout uni, I'm sure my lecturers will not be proud of me, but I can literally count the number of lectures I went to in all 4 years, probably on these 10 fingers.
Your school can withdraw your certificate
for not attending lectures
if you do stuff that's puts them in disrepute.
Well, my psychology.
You didn't go to school.
We weren't doing IAs in Legon. That we're fortunate we're not doing IAs in Legon. And my psychology lecturer actually said that if you come to school and you only do lecture hall to reading room, you are actually failing. I've seen it in life.
So you hardly had time for full academic work because you were also working and you needed to make a living.
I needed to and I enjoyed it. And here's the thing, I've always been somebody who loves reading. From class 3, and my mom would also not like to hear this, but from class 3 I was reading romance books like Daniel Steele and all of those things. And so I've always been a reading guy. So when I transitioned, I did science in SSS. Yes, it was SSS back then. I did science in SSS and I transitioned to arts. I found it too easy, really. I could probably do the whole semester's course in just about 3 days and I was good to go. And so for me, I could run around and then do other things. So I've been working for that long. But my official work started in advertising. Did agency work for, I think, about 4 years straight. And then I I started my own agency, and that's when I was like, this is not a joke here. It was crazy, and I think that's the first time I experienced what is depression. And here's the thing: your life changes in so many ways. There are things that you could afford to do. I mean, just even money-wise, you could afford to do when you are on a good salary, and then when you transition to being an entrepreneur, and the money is not coming as frequently as you used to. That there are all sorts of things that happen to you, and I was in a dark place for a while, and that's why for me, I say every night I have to go back to the sanctity of regular income. So I did that for a while. But I think when it comes to proper entrepreneurship, then my real experience will be where Ghana.
Going in and out of work is something I want us to explore briefly, because I know a lot of entrepreneurs, some of them leave very well-paying jobs to go and start their businesses. A year, 2, 3, 4 down the line, they realize that no, this is not working. So sometimes you have the option of going back to be an employee, or the option of staying home. And I've seen over the period that there are a lot of people who rather would remain unemployed with nothing to do, because there's this stigma, there's this shame of going back. So you left, now you started a business, and it's not working, and you want to go back, and the weight of that decision weighs on so many people, they don't go back. How do you do it?
I think ego is a terrible thing, right? It's one of the things that really harm us. I think there's really nothing like failure.
You think it's ego?
I think it is.
When you're a high-performing person and you know that you have everything to succeed, yet you get into a space and the structure and the system is so difficult to break, and it breaks you. At that point, is it your spirit that is broken? Is it your willpower that is broken? Passion that has been depleted? Or it's just ego?
Well, if you get to the very bottom of it, you realize that it's ego, and it's just you having to admit that this did not work out. And once again, the word failure is a very strong word. There's really nothing like failing, really. It's something did not work out. Can you try something else? And quickly pivot. And coincidentally, we're having conversations about COVID before we got in here, and that's one word almost every entrepreneur learned in and around COVID. If you had the right business coach, pivot. So that's the same thing with life. You left corporate to do something. It's not going too well. You can do something else. You can even go back to corporate. Here's the thing, and I'm sure the conversation itself will go there, as to how we talk about entrepreneurship being tough on mental health, right? It's literally the same for corporate. It depends on what you're doing. That some jobs, there are people who live the what you call the corporate work. Why? Because they think they can get a bit more freedom, that they can be a bit more work-life balance, right? Which means even that it's not really working in corporate, that people, and I always say especially HR what you call it, practitioners, need to understand that human beings are not machines. I think a lot of HR people think human beings are machines, and you only need to, it's like, okay, I pay you this, you also have to give me this. No, human beings are driven by emotions and stuff, and you need to know how to help people to live well, so they can also then function well. That's why you'd see that a lot of companies, especially the biggest companies outside of the world, that some of them now have people and culture, and then HR, and some of them have just people and culture. And people and culture understand that you're dealing with human beings, and so for example, you have somebody, you employ somebody, the person is a top performing worker, and all of a sudden you start noticing things that probably even just the way the person's appearance and stuff, and then you start seeing that the person, somebody who used to come to work, let's say 9 a.m. now starts coming to work a bit late. More often than not, there's something that's happening. There could be something happening in the house, and if you were to have conversations, understanding that all of these things come together to determine how the person performs, that people can then get more out of their workers. So even though we're talking about entrepreneurship and how difficult it is, listen, a lot of people actually escape corporate because they think that they would really, there's some freedom there, and then
so people run away from corporates because they think that entrepreneurship will give them the freedom, the balance, they can take care of family, make good money, take care of themselves,
buy some cars.
From Charity's experience and from the many entrepreneurs we've spoken to, that really is not the case. You can do corporate 9 to 5 or 5 days, but entrepreneurship, you are doing it 24 hours for 7 days.
At least 22.
At least 22 hours for 7 days.
For 7 days.
Charity, was there a moment you felt you should just close your business and go back to corporate?
Oh, many times. Even this year, I've quit about twice.
You've quit?
The days that things do not go the way everything seems to go wrong, and you think that, let me do small so I'll be fine. And there have been really tough days, but like he said, failure is it's a strong word to use. But even if you fail, I've come to the point of, even if I fail, it teaches me that this is not the way to do it. How many times did the one who made the bulb try? So you just have to keep going and going and going and hope that, and all the seasons are not the same. In fall, all the leaves fall off. In spring, they all come up bloomed up. So you can apply that to your life as well. You won't always have it going, all how you want things to go. When the going get tough, you have to be tough for yourself and still keep going. And also know that I was telling, when he said he goes back and is ego and all of that, it's because sometimes you have something to fall on. For me, I didn't even finish my ACCA. So if I'm going back and I'm going to be ordered around, I wouldn't want to do it.
After being a madam.
I don't want to do that. So I have to make this work. And make it work is what I'm doing.
We'll go for a break. When we come back, we'll see how we make it work and how we generally can deal with mental health related matters as entrepreneurs, and how we can use our experiences also to support the people we employ, because they are also a larger community when it comes to the general population. So we'll go for a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. This is Joy 99.7 FM.
Welcome to Syntex Plaza, where living and working blend seamlessly.
Syntex Plaza, the place to be. Furnished apartments feel so free.
Imagine coming home to a luxurious furnished apartment with everything you need.
Rooftop pool, swim under the sky. Rooftop bar where the good times fly. Rooftop gym, get fit and strong. With Syntex Plaza, you can't go wrong.
Syntex Plaza, your home, your work, your lifestyle. Come see us today or call us on 0241 327 363. www.spintexplaza.net. Building or renovating? Look no further. At Interface Limited, we have everything you need to create stunning spaces.
Transform your interiors with our top quality plasterboards, acoustic ceilings, and cement boards.
Step into style with our exquisite laminate and engineered floors. And for your data centers, durable raised access floors.
Elevate your outdoor spaces with our WPC decking and fencing.
Protect your home with our beautiful and reliable roof shingles, insulation, canopies, and PVC fascia boards.
Add a touch of elegance with our beautiful POP cornices and roses.
Quality, affordability, and style all in one place. Building a better Ghana, one space at a time. Visit www.interfacelimited.net or call 0274 999 999.
TCL's champion deals are here and they are big and bold. Buy 50-inch, 55-inch or 65-inch TCL QLED Pro 4K Smart Android TV starting from 7,999 Ghana cedis and get free 32-inch TCL TV. Buy TCL 75-inch, 85-inch or 98-inch TV and get free 43-inch TCL TV. The bigger the purchase, the better the deal. Buy TCL 115-inch QD Mini LED 4K TV and get a free 85-inch TCL TV. Discount so huge you'll feel like a winner. Looking for TCL refrigerators, washing machines, water dispensers, audio soundbar, and more at cool deals? Rush to TCL showrooms and authorized TCL dealers in Ghana before stock runs out. Terms and conditions apply. TCL, inspire greatness.
Attention Ghana, the Green Revolution is here from 11th to 13th of June 2025. The Accra International Conference Center comes alive with the Ghana Horticulture Expo 2025, the nation's premier showcase of fruits, vegetables, technology, and export opportunity. Organized by the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters in collaboration with the Ghana Export Promotion Authority and proudly supported by Ghana Exim Bank, Fidelity Bank, Gesa, Agro City, Agro Monte, and GIZ, with Joy Business as the official media partner. This is your gateway to innovation, trade, and partnerships. And the highlight, the keynote address will be delivered by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Book your exhibition stand or register now on www.ghanahortiexpo.com, or you can contact 0243 345 7783 or 053 522 4555. Ghana Horticulture Expo 2025. Growing Ghana, exporting excellence.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the
of the effect of entrepreneurship on mental health. Charity Edupong is our guest alongside Gideon Ajiman, both of them with lots of experience of entrepreneurship, lots of experience of the mental health challenges that can emanate from attempting to create something out of nothing, right? And we're learning lots from them. We're going to get into their personal stories in just a moment. Stay with us for that. Now, right now though, let me remind you that kingdomstoreonline.com is really the best place for office essentials, equipment, furniture, and stationery. All of it from Kingdom Books. Now, the stuff is so affordable, and you can pay via Momo across all networks now. Once you make your payment, they'll deliver to your home or office in very good time. If you happen to be in Accra or Tema, that's free delivery for you. Terms and conditions do apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
And it's so good that we're having this conversation, Kojo, because let's get real. You don't need a fancy title to be a boss. You need a dream, a purpose, and the mindset to lead. So join Absa Bank Ghana's free Ready to Work webinar titled Unlock the Boss in You on Thursday, 15th May 2025, streaming live 11 a.m. on Absa Bank Ghana's Facebook and YouTube channels. The session is designed to help you recognize your full potential and develop the mindset of an entrepreneur. Expect insights and inspirations from seasoned young entrepreneurs to help you start and grow the business of your dreams. No suits required, just a bold vision and the courage to begin. See you there. Absa, Ready to Work. Your story matters. I think that is just a few minutes to 11. You don't want to miss out on this Ready to Work webinar by Absa.
And if you are ready to simplify your shipping experience, you need to use DHL Express. It's your go-to solution for all your international shipping needs. Whether you are sending personal or official documents, gift items, paintings, cosmetics, clothing, dried fish, processed foods, or importing from Asia, Europe, the UK, the US, or anywhere in Africa, use DHL Express. All you have to do is to contact any of their main service points or individual outlets across the country. Your shipment will be processed whether inbound or outbound, and it's real-time tracking. You always know where your package is. It's that simple. Call them on 0244 485 176 057 113 7599 or visit dhl.com. DHL, excellence simply delivered. So Kojo, the normal is abnormal when it comes to entrepreneurship, especially in Ghana. If you listen to what Gideon and Charity are sharing with us, and the two of us, we've been having this conversation, how people cope in all these stressful situations. For example, this morning we are talking about the CD dollar rate, the economy. How does it affect the mental health of entrepreneurs? What are the main causes of the challenges you deal with? And I think that will be my next question for Gideon and Charity. As a business person, you've set out to start a business. What are the things that drive you crazy every day and put a lot of stress on you? You said you've been depressed many times. What causes these?
So I've had to admit to myself, and that's as recently as yesterday, that I think I take life too seriously. So, for example, yesterday, and I'm not too sure whether I referenced that on whilst we're talking into the microphone or before we got on air, but I talked about the fact that I had to do a photo shoot yesterday, and you can imagine all the things that can go wrong with a photo shoot. And I kept going through all the emotions, so getting crazy, angry, this, that. But I think somewhere in the middle of all of that, for example, for the studio bit, we got into the studio, started shooting, and then just about an hour into the shoot, the lights go out. Bam! Hey! Models are sweating, and then we have a lot of looks to shoot. And so I go and ask, is there any gen here? They're like, there's no gen. And then you can imagine, you know me a bit, so I just go off. But somewhere, let's say 3 or so hours afterwards, I realized we're finding a way to make it work. So just as recently as yesterday, I had to tell myself that I think I take life too seriously. I'm just that type of a person who when I'm doing anything, I want it to be like 100%. And I think you can't always get it that way, right? And so it's just like I said a bit earlier on, and most of the things I said earlier on about, for example, the ego and stuff, I was actually just talking to myself. Yeah. So it's realizing that things can go wrong, but when things go wrong, that's not the end of life, right? But it's been a journey for me, and you know my personal story. In fact, I had to admit to myself, I think that must have been 2023 December, that I've had functional depression for the long time. So for the longest time, I realized that I've changed. I'm not who I used to be. I used to be somebody who used to hang out, especially even on Facebook, carrying on and stuff like that. I guess when people even send me messages on Facebook, more often than not, I actually just respond in my brain, and I never get around to actually responding. But here's how functional depression works. I can show up and work. But then after work, if you were to say, oh, let's hang out, I'll probably give you an excuse and just go into my bed and probably be lying in bed and just scrolling on Facebook. And so that has been my experience. I've done all sorts of therapy personally, and I think we're trying to personalize this, right? I think what's working for me now is meditation. And so I wake up every morning and then I ground myself, just talk to myself, and also remind myself of the things that are really most important in life. And literally none of that have to do with the success of the business, really. So understanding that life is way more than all the metrics that we put to different things. So that's what has helped me personally. But also just my personal journey. And like I say, mine is not just even entrepreneurship. Even when I'm in corporate as well, it's a different type of mental torture that I'm going through. And so I think based on my experience, and then also, or let me rather put it this way, based on my personal experience, I think I recognize it more when I see similar in people, and I see people also going through stuff. And especially 2022, when the economy, and we're not doing politics here, but when the economy took the turn that it took, that I realized especially so many entrepreneurs literally calling for help in different ways on social media. And I had a conversation with my sister, and I said, we need to do something about this. So we actually came up with some content that we wanted to create just to keep entrepreneurs going. But it never happened. But here's how the universe works. And that's why I'm saying I've learned that things always ultimately work out, right? Yeah. So then let's say a year or so down the line, and I'm not sure, I'm not allowed to mention the name of I know how radio works, so I'll not mention the name of the company, but the company reaches out for a campaign, and I find a way to turn that into a mental health campaign, because I'd had my own struggles. I'd had struggles of family, people going through mental health for different reasons, but also especially on social media, seeing people going through it. So I remember the pitch that went to the company. It was almost 9 slides, which were just screen grabs of people literally calling for help in different ways on social media. And coincidentally, I added a slide, which was a soundbite, and it came from a show here on Joy FM. Lexis Bill, somebody called into Lexis Bill's show and had driven into a bush and was about to commit suicide. And Lexis staged one of the best interventions I've ever had on radio. But it was very, I think it became much clearer if you were somebody who was noticing from 2022 that people were really on the edge. And it manifests in different ways, including, for example, somebody who used to be very active on let's say social media, and all of a sudden you don't see that person on, more likely than not that person is going through stuff.
So you cannot assume that somebody who used to be lively active is now too busy to engage.
That can happen as well. There are no absolutes in life.
Well, there are a few times I assume people were too busy to engage, only to go visit them and realize that they were in a very bad place.
More often than not, because here's the thing: some of the busiest people are also the most active on Facebook. And so if you're in a space where mentally you can combine all of those things, most likely you don't drop off, right?
Charity, you said that even yesterday you quit your job twice. Why do you continuously decide to quit? Are things weighing on you? How are you dealing with them? Give us some of the examples of how you're dealing with
My biggest challenge is the people I work with, managing human resource, which is a very big part of a business because you cannot do it all by yourself. I can't become a super woman and then do everything, be here, drive and do accounts and clean and man the machines and do everything. I need people to work with. But I also recognize that when I want things done, I want it done to the end. Until it's the end, I don't feel tired. So even though it is a good thing, I have to finish, it also becomes a burden on the people I work with. Because when they are tired, because I am not tired, I don't feel their pain. And so I go on and on and on and on until they cannot take it, and sometimes out of frustration may say something or put up an attitude, and then we have a little exchange of words here and there. And it's a tough one. Even though it's a good thing, like I said, I have to finish. And one thing I learned from my former boss, Mr. Parry, is that when I'm walking out of the office and I look back, it should look like if I don't come back tomorrow, if you are looking for a certain invoice, I can easily say, look on the left corner of my desk and it's there. So it has to be clean, it has to be organized, and things have to be found when they are looking for it. And so sometimes my employees don't understand. Okay, the lights have gone up. Let's just shut down and go. No, we have to clean. And it comes with my kind of business. I do have to clean. And so it's a very difficult one, managing them and trying to let them understand. And we have regular trainings, 30 minutes every week, and sometimes 1 hour every month. And still, it's human behavior. My husband says, people do what you check. And so I am always on them, and sometimes there's something about me when I get into the factory, it looks like a new spirit takes over me. I can be so nice before I enter the gate and be a mommy but when I enter, it's like the Holy Spirit comes over me and I speak in different language. And so when I want things done, it has to be done. And I do not take no for an answer. I feel like everything can be done in a certain way. If you haven't found the way, it doesn't mean it cannot be done. And so especially my warehouse manager, who also doubles as the one who goes to FDA and standards and checks on our staff, is coming to tell me, oh, they said it's still in the process. So and I'll ask you, and you turned around to come. You didn't ask where it has gotten to. You didn't ask if. Ask questions. The more you ask questions, the more you learn.
So one of your biggest problems is managing your people.
Managing the people and also the system.
Tell me about the system.
It's like it has been set up to make you fail. You see, sometimes they put people in places who do not understand what they have to do for you to thrive. Every time I go to the bank, I'm fighting. Because sometimes I've gone to source for plantain and I'm dressed a certain way and I've entered the bank. And you're looking at me, you are not responding to me in a certain... The last time I was going to my doctor's appointment and I was well dressed up in all the, and I entered Fidelity. I'll say it. And the response was totally different from every other time I'd gone to see a supplier or something and I'm in work mood and I've gone there. I'm like, wow. Today I'm Madam Charity, I'm this, but all the times that I've been here, sometimes I'm just inquiring, is this skill going to take an hour then I cannot wait. I have to go. And she's not even minding me. You see, so the system is, and the regulators, sometimes the person you have put there doesn't even understand what they have, what you're asking for to give you the kind of response you need. So if I am not going myself and I'm sending Irene or Cassandra, immediately they tell, and because she also wants to come back and sit down and press her phone, you tell her, oh, it's in the process. She will just come and tell me that, and she has wasted my time, my if it's driver who took her, my fuel and every other thing, when she could have been in the factory doing something for me, for us to earn money and pay ourselves well. So the system is just too tough. I think that every person who is at a certain point in a very critical place needs to run a business first before they take them. You go to GRA, it's worse. So now I'm beginning to outsource some of the things for my own peace of mind, so that I don't always go fight. Because I think if I hadn't become a food processor, I would have been a lawyer. I can argue things out. Sometimes things that doesn't even concern me, I want to make sure that it has been done right. And I'm always fighting. When I take Uber, I'm fighting in it. Sometimes I take trotro for the fun of it, and I'm fighting in the trotro. Why are you speaking to the woman like that? Why? I want things done in a certain way.
So
and
everything frustrates you. There's very little that encourages you and spur you on.
And on top of it, sometimes you even have money as an entrepreneur and you cannot spend on yourself. You have become a slave onto. You want to, I would have bought this. And you are starving yourself and doing all to see your vision come to life, and people, you put 1, 2, 3, 4 steps and they pull you back 10 steps back. It is excruciatingly painful, and that is my frustration. But like he said, I found ways. I have intentionally built a certain support system for myself. I love to see things grow, so I do my own garden myself, unless it comes to the cutting of the hedges and the high up ones. But the ones on the ground and everything, I do it myself. Sometimes I call my boys, we do it together. It keeps me calm. And I'm on Facebook. That is my playing ground. It keeps me sane. Sometimes people meet me and they're like, hey, you're a Facebook celebrity. What do you expect me to do? And it's very true about the fact that the most busiest of us are the most also busy, active.
Because you don't have time for family. Yeah, you don't have time for friends. You can't go for weddings, funerals. So you just have your phone.
And
it
I have an army
world.
on Facebook. Yesterday I was talking to a mentee and I was asking him, do you have an army? The kind of business you do, you should have an army. You don't have an army. I mean, when I post about my business, about 100 people share it. And I am proud of it, and I take interest in what they do as well. If you don't engage, I'm not engaging you. I engage 1, 2, 3, 4, and I always take the initiative. And you are not engaging, you are not my friend. You can't be a ghost, a silent player in the game. Your babies will not look like you. So you have to play the game and play it well. And it is a conscious thing. It has to be intentional. When somebody comments on your thing, let's say Kojo has shared my post, and you go and see a certain Ramabru or Kojo Yankson comment on it, and you just leave it to go. Me, you won't get me. I'll come and engage you. And then before I even send you a friend request, I'll engage you on other posts. So by the time I send you a friend request, you know me. You understand? So everything has to be intentional, and Facebook keeps me sane.
Facebook keeps you sane. You should pay Magzi for keeping you sane. And Ajman, you've been telling us about how you deal with things and the periods you've gone through. And when we come back, I'll ask you that question. But let me read a couple of messages, and then I'm sure Emefa and Kojo will ask you some other questions. This one says, "Good morning. Business owners are not all fine. Look, we found out our dispatch riders were stealing from us. We decided to make them pay back. This morning, one met me and asked me for a loan. The same people stealing from her. Then we asked, what for? And he answered, full chest, so I can pay back what I stole. This is from Naki in East Lagos.
Madder than mad.
He's borrowing to invest.
That's why mental health month is very important. Everybody's going through something.
Yeah. Sometimes
I'm sorry I'm laughing, but
they tell you are thinking, is he very okay? Are all the screws
in the right places?
In the right places.
I'll read this other question before I come to you, Kojo and MFA. So this one says, good morning, Kojo and MFA. Football has been my passion since childhood, but I realized most Ghanaian teams and youth in general were faced with the challenge of quality and affordable kits to help them realize their dreams. So I founded a football apparel company. I supplied jerseys to one of the traditional clubs in the Bono region in 2020. Together with my business partner who heads graphic designing, we raised over 100,000 Ghana cedis for this business. As young men in our early 30s, we sponsored the team's set of jerseys, including shorts and socks. Our quality was top notch as we partnered a manufacturer from China. All the team had to do was to sell replica jerseys to help us cover part of our costs. Kojo and MFA, will you believe since 2020 this team sold our jerseys, spent our money, and refused to pay us our money? They currently owe us almost 17,000 Ghana cedis. For me, I think such wicked and dishonest people are the reason why entrepreneurs struggle in Ghana and why we have mental health issues. So he's invested, he's expecting returns, and he's not getting it. And it's just...
Charity, I'm quite curious. Currently, how would you describe your mental state? How would you describe it?
I think that as entrepreneurs, what we haven't been able to do well is to give ourselves some grace. You know, sometimes you want things done, and because you want it done, you keep telling us, oh, because I didn't do this, I failed or whatever. But we need to give ourselves a lot of grace. And I was very mean to my own self until my husband started to work on my my brain with take it easy, things will work out. And I think that we do not, as entrepreneurs, we throw or we punch our partners a lot. Sometimes we put all the stress on them. When they haven't done anything, we have gone cold, we are quiet, and sometimes even a bit snobbish, you know. We are just putting all the weight on them. And if you do not have a very matured person, it can escalate into so many other things. And that's one thing that I would say I'm very fortunate for. There is somebody who seemed to understand. Initially, he will prefer solutions all the time, and sometimes I don't even want to talk about it because why are you preferring solutions? I'm just talking to you. Just listen and tell me something. And don't give me solutions.
So if you say tomatoes wide, you want him to say no,
I want you to
say,
you know, just to get me going. And there got to a time I was even talking to him about some of the difficulties I was going through. I wanted a girlfriend or somebody to talk to, for her to just give me accolades, add accolades to what I was saying. So getting yourself a partner that's exactly that keeps you sane, that tells you. He talks about meditation. My husband meditates a lot and he tries to let me do same, but whatever he learns in our conversations he tells me. And I'm somebody who picks things even when I'm not in the chat. If I'm even eavesdropping, I'll pick something and take it as my solution and try to work it out and see if it works.
Lucky you.
Yes, they have their pillows to deal with it.
I'm just going to say lucky you. But Gideon.
Yes.
So you mentioned that you were sometimes depressed. Let me in a bit. In the days that you felt very depressed, what was that one weird thinking that you thought, or what's the worst that you have done so far in the state of depression?
I just disconnect. You can't find me. You probably need to count on the CIA to find me when I'm in my state. My family has to go around looking for me. It's not the best thing.
This means you leave home even physically. We can't find you physically. Not that we can't find you on social media. Okay.
You see, he doesn't even want to tell you, so they will find him later.
I've got places. Here's the thing, and I tell people that, and I'm not even too sure why I made a pact with myself, but I made a pact with myself so many years ago that my story will never end with a suicide. If it wasn't for that pact that I made for myself, there are times in the recent past where I could have, because then it gets to a point where life is even meaningless, right? But it's that I made that pact with myself that I'll never take my life. But when I'm depressed, I just disconnect from everybody, and it's like, you think I'm joking, but you might have to count on the CIA to get me. I've got places where I go to and nobody can find me. As we talk now, I'm in a very good space, and I've found ways to cope. But here's the thing I'll say, and it's not just about me. It's sometimes people are going through stuff and they are not even aware. Here's the thing. Therapy is not even a thing here. There's one of the events Kojo talked about that I did for mental health. Walasi was the main act, and it was because Walasi's album, and I've forgotten which one it was, the one before Angry African, the outro was a conversation between amongst comedians Obi Ampunta and Lexi, and they talked about therapy and how therapy is it's foreign to us. It's something we don't talk about. But everybody, and once again, I'd extend it beyond just entrepreneurs, even people in corporate, that so many people need therapy, or you need to find a coping mechanism. Like Charity mentioned, for her it's her husband, or gardening as well, right? If you are not finding ways to take breaks every now and then, or to fortify yourself mentally, I can tell you're not in the right space, and sometimes you wouldn't know. It might take others telling you that, hey guy, you're changing. And it's just as most things in life, it's a spectrum, right? And actually, there's a book I'm planning to write, and I call it Suicidal. And here's the thing, I think suicide is a spectrum. There are people who will never take their lives, right? But people who are not being good to themselves, like people who eat anyhow, and I'm not going to body shame, but people who eat anyhow, never exercise, they clearly know they're out of shape. They are doing things that hurt themselves. And a lot of them are suicidal. They will never take their life, but they have lost the joy of life, and they are in a position where they don't have any energy to do anything that really benefits them. And so people are sometimes in very dark spots, but they can't also sometimes, because almost everybody around you is probably going through the same thing, that you can't even tell that you are not well.
Well, I just went to therapy myself. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Listen, this has been an insightful conversation. We've learned so much from my interaction with you. We know that what you do, not everybody can do it. And it takes a little bit extra to actually make it work. And for that, we respect and commend you. And we certainly hope that others who are hoping to follow in your footsteps have learned something from the experiences you've shared with us today. And we applaud your bravery for opening up, being so honest with us. Thank you so much for that.
Kojo, let me quickly read this message. It's from Nana Ransboat, one of the big entrepreneurs in the poultry space. It says, you need to be a mad person to run a business in Ghana. From your own family to other people. Everybody think they are making you a favor. From your friends, from the bank, your own employees, and they all think they are making you a millionaire. So they should do whatever they want with you. It's not easy.
No, it's not.
That's quite a summary right there. All right, listen. Charity Dupont is the CEO of am I saying this right?
Milan,
right?
Food, yes.
Milan Foods, yes. And of course, Gideon Achiman is a marketing specialist and a mental health advocate. Boy, we've learned a lot from our guests. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
More after these.
Don't miss out on Electroland soccer deals. Buy and get whopping discounts in our Samsung Mother's Day promotion. Get awesome deals in Media Soccer Fiesta. Starting from 499 Ghana cedis, you will get a NASCO burner. With 1,599 Ghana cedis, you'll get a 32-inch NASCO LED TV. NASCO top mount freezer starts from 1,799 Ghana cedis. And NASCO chest freezer from 2,599 Ghana cedis. You will get a free desktop computer if you buy our selected NASCO 6 kg, 7 kg, 8 kg or 10 kg washing machine. Rush to Electroland Ghana Limited and authorized dealer showrooms across Ghana for exciting soccer promotion. Electroland Ghana Limited, home of luxury and affordable electronics.
Ah, my little ones, gather around. Once upon a time in the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But oh, the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon. Can you please show me where the Presby Church is? Go straight. Turn left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Ask there. Anybody will show you.
And when the Black Stars take to the field, every Ghanaian becomes a coach. Ah, the sacred cue for our beloved Gobe. As you wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect vibes. These, my dear ones, are some few moments that make our Ghana truly special. And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lily rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Special moments are worth celebrating with lily rice. Lily rice, yenimno fritite. This advert is FDA approved.
Sasso, sasso, si come tonton prepon. Sasso, sasso, si come tonton prepon. Edrana drami nebu seshe. Yeah, hakasia ne malaria. Minya me kone me sasso spray. Every mosquito study run away. Now, if you want to solve this tonton preko saso saso mi se kume tonton preko kume tonton preko saso kum tonton preko na ni sham ne de edem stronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Kids, no running. They grow up so fast.
Come here, guys. Who wants to watch their favorite show on GoTV?
Your family's favorite moments are made better with GoTV's shows. We've got loads of local, international, and kids channels, and all the football you need from the comfort of your home.
You can also watch your favorite shows wherever you are with GoTV Stream. Stick with GoTV and let's go together. GoTV. Love it.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
Joy News, in collaboration with the German Embassy, presents Climate Talks, a community-focused initiative designed to enhance public understanding of Ghana's nationally determined contributions, NDCs 3.0. Join us live from the Jamestown Methodist Church on the 15th of May at 10 a.m. as we discuss clean cooking solutions, promoting healthier lifestyles and a sustainable environment. Discover alternative cooking methods that protect our health and our planet. Be part of the change. Be part of the conversation. Tune in live on Joy News and Asempa FM for all you need to know in reducing the impact of climate change on our lives, starting from our homes. Let's cook up a cleaner, greener future together.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
All right, we've got messages for you. We'll be sharing a bunch of them in just a minute. But first, listen, attention, Ghana. The Green Revolution is here from the 11th until the 13th of June 2025. The Accra International Conference Center comes alive with the Ghana Horticulture Expo 2025, the nation's premier showcase of fruit, vegetables, technology, and export opportunities. It's organized by the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters in collaboration with the Ghana Export Promotion Authority and proudly sponsored by Ghana Exim Bank, Fidelity Bank, Gersol, as well as Agro Monti and GIZ, with Joy Business as the official media partner. Okay, so this is your gateway to innovative trade and partnerships. Okay, so listen, the highlights include the keynote address, which will be delivered by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, and you can book your exhibition stands now or register now at GhanaHortiExpo.com. Okay, GhanaHortiExpo.com. You can call 0243 457 783 or 0535 224 555. Ghana Horticulture Expo 2025, growing Ghana, exporting excellence.
And today is Extra Thursday with MTN, because now every Thursday you get 25% bonus on your first data bundle purchase of the day. And when you bundle on my MTN app or use *138# every Thursday, 25% bonus on your first data bundle purchase. And that's not enough, Kojo. MTN is also offering a free extra movie ticket when you pay with Momo at the Silverbird Cinemas at Accra and West Hills Mall. And for those in the Great Garden City, Kumasi, you get free tickets at the Golden Cinemas in the Kumasi Mall. So if you want to see a movie with a friend or a partner, do that on Thursdays with MTN. You pay with Momo, you buy one, you get one free. And so your movie dates are sorted from now on. And so just buy your bundle, *138# and make the best of your 25% first data bundle discount and your free movie tickets on MTN.
Your Sunday just got better. Sunday brunch at the Pound, formerly Holiday Inn. Join us this and every Sunday at 12 noon for an unforgettable brunch experience at the Pound, all for 500 Ghana cedis only. Indulge in complimentary soft drinks, a sumptuous continental buffet, a rich spread of African favorites, live music to elevate the vibe, a beautiful ambience perfect for relaxing with friends or family. Whether you're celebrating or just taking it slow, the Palms is where your Sunday should begin. Reserve now, seats fill up really fast. Call 055 1000 333 or 055 1000 555.
All right, now listen, we've got messages from all of you. We're going to read a bunch of them right now. But very quickly, this is the only benefit of having Raymond Aqua as a friend. He can get your birthday, announced on the Super Morning Show. So happy birthday to Vanetta Poku, aka Mami Fusua. Vanetta is all the way out in Pennsylvania, USA, but she loves our show. And so today's your birthday, Vanetta. Have a very special day. And Raymond Aqua has finally proved his worth in your life.
Yes. Pennsylvania, how no more pencil no.
All right, let's hear some messages.
Yes, this message is from Abba. She says that, Kojo, when I started my business, it was going smooth, and then the dollar rates happened then, and I lost so much I had to close it and go into isolation. I had to take my sisters to bring me back on my feet, and now I'm looking for a job.
No.
Yeah. Not easy. Not easy. So that is from Abakojo. I think our time is
Yeah,
so
yeah. All right, we're going to
keep
bow
the
out.
conversation going.
Yeah, we're going to bow out right now, but we'll leave you with a little bit of that song that Gideon told us about from Walasi's album. Enjoy. My name is Koji Youngster. I'm the morning man. Have a good one.
Baby girl, everything up to date, up to date, up to date. So make no mistake, no mistake, no mistake. Ain't just alcohol talking. Our love is from morning. Ain't no debate, no debate, no debate. Girl, go on, hold the faith, hold the faith, hold the faith. I keep putting my all in. I ain't seeing this falling. No, no, I will never let go. I will always show you the deepest flow. Give you all that I got to give, baby girl. Cause you're all that I got to live for. I'm in for lifetime, I'm done to the sign.
Like, was it ever mentioned, like, example, like, did your mom say, oh, we have to go for therapy sessions, or like, hey, I think Kojo is going through something?
10 o'clock.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Headline News at 10 with me, Adubia Asari. In our very first story, a banking consultant, Dr. Daniel Sedo, has stated the Bank of Ghana's new policy that holders of US dollar accounts will soon be unable to withdraw cash from the counter is unlikely to succeed. This comes after revelations by BOG board member Isaac Adongo that the central bank plans to tighten restrictions on over-the-counter dollar withdrawals from financial institutions.
You can no longer speculate with a bank account in dollars, because when you put the money in dollars into a bank account, we'll give you the dollars only when you need it for a dollar-denominated transaction outside of our country, because dollars must be spent outside, not inside. But if you need the dollar to go and spend on, say, CD-denominated transaction, we'll give you the CDs.
But this is theory. That
is what's happening. Go and put your money in your bank account and go and get it, whether you get a dollar in Ghana here.
I go to the bank all the time to take
and
my dollars.
And you take dollars?
Then nobody asks me.
It's illegal. You can't be giving dollars on the counter.
Consultant Dr. Daniel Sedo says the new policy could further destabilize the banking sector, which is still recovering from the recent domestic debt exchange program.
Now, if you want to solve this problem, what we should do is to make the CD attractive. We have a banking sector that has suffered from credibility issues because of domestic debt exchange issues and all that, and people have lost money. So if you start this kind of initiative, you disrupt the situation a lot more. The timing of this is just bad. I do not believe this time it will work. The earlier we stop it, the better it will be for all of us.
For financial analyst Daniel Wenim, enforcing the directive could drive more people to the already hard to regulate black market.
As much as I agree that in principle that's the way to go, you have to look at the practicality of your approach. You have a big issue. The big issue is the black market, because people resort to the black market if they will not be able to have access to their dollar. So for instance, it shouldn't be like, a stringent kind of measure where you have your money, your dollar, now you need it to transact business, and then there's a hurdle to cross.
Meanwhile, CEO of the Association of Banks, John Ewa, says the industry is not prepared to begin such a conversation.
I can say on authority that as a community of banks, we do not have any directive that bars over-the-counter withdrawal of USD or any foreign currency. You cannot just show up in a bank and withdraw foreign currency. There must be a legitimate justification or reason in support of that withdrawal. Perhaps it's something that we are not within the purview, and we do not want to even begin a discussion of such matter.
President of the Association of Banks, John Ewade. Moving on, some consumers have criticized Guta's stance that any meaningful drop in prices of goods will take off in the next 60 days. There have been calls for traders to reduce the cost of goods on the market to reflect the cedi's performance against the dollar. But President of Guta, Joseph Obin, says adherence to the pleas of consumers will be dependent on the performance of the cedi against the dollar over time.
The government should continue to do its good work by sustaining the appreciation of the local currency, the cedi. And we will do our job. We will respond positively The market forces will determine the prices and it will respond positively.
But consumers say they want a reduction as soon as possible.
Very, very. As for me, I'm not happy. So they should do something about it. We can't wait for 2 months. Or some of us will keep our cities till the 2 months. And some people can come and ask they want to buy certain things. And we cannot come and buy it here. And then later on, you have your things in your shop. When they reduce it in 2 months, they will tell us to reduce the things, which is going to affect our businesses. So we are begging Guta to quickly come in before 2 months so that we will have our peace of mind.
Now, the 5-member committee probing petitions against the suspended Chief Justice Gertrude Torkornoo will begin hearing today. The committee was set up by President John Dramani Mahama to inquire into 3 separate petitions filed against Gertrude Torkornoo. A statement released to that effect indicates the committee will sit 3 times a week and present their recommendations to the President upon completion of their work. This brings us to the end of the Joy Headline News at 10 with me, Adobia Asare. For more news, please log on to manjoyonline.com to enjoy the rest of our programs.
Don't miss out on Electroland soccer deals. Buy and get whopping discounts in our Samsung Mother's Day promotion. Get awesome deals in Media Soccer Fiesta. Starting from 499 Ghana cedis, you will get a NASCO burner. With 1,599 Ghana cedis, you'll get a 32-inch NASCO LED TV. NASCO top mount freezer starts from 1,799 Ghana cedis. And NASCO chest freezer from 2,599 Ghana cedis. You will get a free desktop computer if you buy our selected NASCO 6 kg, 7 kg, 8 kg or 10 kg washing machine. Rush to Electroland Ghana Limited and authorized dealer showrooms across Ghana for exciting soccer promotion. Electroland Ghana Limited, home of luxury and affordable electronics.
Ready to advance your career? IS Evolutions Consult offers world-class training. Join our Certified Information Systems Auditor training in Accra from 28th April to 2nd May. In Dubai, elevate your skills with exclusive training, Managing Fraud in a Digitalized World from 9th to 13th June. Fraud and Forensic Auditing, 23rd to 27th June. Advanced Analytics with Arbitus, 7th to 11th July. Value for Money Audit, 18th to 22nd August. Call us on 02-4768-1899 or send us an email at info@isevolutionsconsult.com. IS Evolutions Consult, your partner for success.
Want more money, more moolah, more kudi, more sika, or more l'argent?
Yes!
Then win more moolah with 30 Ghana cedis free credit when you play Game Park's Pick 1 and Pick 4 games for the first time.
How?
Just dial *946#, get your first bet and win on us with a 30 Ghana cedi welcome bonus.
Oh yes, it's all about the moolah.
Win more moolah with Game Park today. Go to GameParkGames.com for more information. Game Park is licensed by the NLA. Play responsibly. Not suitable for persons under 18 years.
Kids, no running. They grow up so fast.
Come here, guys. Who wants to watch their favorite show on GoTV?
Your family's favorite moments are made better with GoTV's shows. We've got loads of local, international, and kids channels, and all the football you need from the comfort of your home.
You can also watch your favorite shows wherever you are with GoTV Stream. Stick with GoTV and let's go together. GoTV. Love it.
Hello, Ohima. Eti saying.
Ayo.
Na edahin.
Me kwatade.
Edi bensa.
Krachi. Obesuja na se obehwemkwem.
So, na se jane de wo so ayeden kwan de obehwem kakra.
Anyway, me kope vitamin B de adwodwemako.
What a coincidence. Me so no na me koto, no na me no.
Hey bra, we die wo boa.
Oh, ahon fe minti mi ntwa wontro.
Sewara.
Vitamilk no emu de he pa na we ni je ho.
Me pe Vitamilk banana any chocolate because I'm black and proud.
Hey, interesting. Me dey me a regular guy oh. So wow.
When you kapao.
So wow. I can see we have something in common. Ohima, yanko ni yanko try a Vitamilk connection. Wo dey bo me kana metia. Anye bia se kwan down.
E kwan be.
Aha, na muni brebi. Vitamilk di foforo bia be kambusua ne ho ye friend of Vitamilk strawberry. Vitamilk feels good anywhere anytime. This advert is FDA approved.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth with Kale Charcoal toothpaste. This gives me confidence all day.
Anytime you meet Amma, don't be surprised I smile showing my beautiful white teeth because I don't have cavity thanks to Kale Charcoal toothpaste for its natural charcoal properties. In fact, we are like twins. I can't go without my Kale Charcoal toothpaste.
That be why I dey use Kale Charcoal toothpaste morning and night when I dey go bed safe. It dey make my teeth white when it dey comot every scent from my mouth inside. My confidence level they go up, so I dey show my 32 teeth all.
Introducing the Kale Charcoal toothpaste, formulated with activated bamboo charcoal powder, ensures whiter teeth and removes bad breath. The strong natural property of the activated bamboo charcoal removes bacteria, absorbs surface stains on our teeth caused by coffee, wines, and tobacco. Welcome, Kale Charcoal toothpaste. Kale Charcoal toothpaste, Sankofa Yenchi.
Kale, happy smile.
This advert is FDA approved.
Joy, joy, joy FM. I love this station.
The station with the best music. Best music.
I love the music.
Best music. Joy 99.7 FM.
Keep this frequency clear.
The Cosmopolitan Mix.
Thank you for making me number one. Tiny. Yeah.
Ringtone.
You know the name, right? Rack.
ASEM, awesome. Baby, I'm a baby, you see, oh yeah, look at him. You're not show me some, show me then they can't cop him. They say she like my muscles, she wonder if I the gym. They say if I be tired, she go fit be my ram. I get ringtones, pass more flip phones. And your chick's phone has got my pick on. Yeah, nah, yeah, the buyer. Yeah, the hate. Muna mobile fire, and I'm way no shit. Me give me a slow-mo. Tiny, so what's the way there just for promo? So I go fit flow mo, so I go fit flow child. Me flow on you to sing a bell, will pay a bobby cow. So Charlie, how Charlie? Yo Charlie, how you doing? The kiddies they feel me, cause they see me ruin. They wanna be like me, and be less like you. Hold the mic like me, and maybe dress like you. Yeah, you're different versions. Yeah, you're different versions. Yeah, we're different versions to you, and you're different cursing.
Where is your ringtone? I got my ringtone. I'm talking about a girl with colors like a rainbow. My girl is simple. Where is your ringtone? You know the name, right? I got my ringtone going like. My girl's an info, she going like. It's evident. See, I'm the remix president. See, I'm the king of the game, and the stage is my throne. It's my life. It's my home. The music's my wife. Yeah, I got a ringtone. Where is your ringtone? I got a girl whose body's like Figaro. When I get you, girl. See, girl, I'll have you screaming my name. 'Cause baby, I'm a superstar. And I can love you from afar. 'Cause girl, I love the way you are. So would you be my superstar? Yeah, you know the name, right? Where is your ringtone? I got my ringtone. I'm talking about a girl with colors like a